Hi, and welcome to the evening summary of the 17th European Paragliding Championships in Pegalajar, Andalucia, Spain. My name's Judith Mole.
Hello, welcome back for this final summary of the day. My name is Javi Garcia.
So, first of all, we would like to apologise profusely for the technical problems we had this afternoon. It's Saturday and all the locals wanted to come and watch the competition, and the bar was absolutely full. We were trying to broadcast at lunchtime, and I think somebody overheated the deep fryer because it blew the power in the kitchen and that blew the power in the television van, and we were left with nothing. We had to reset everything, and it also blew a fuse in one of our sound boxes, so unfortunately that delayed our transmission quite significantly, and we actually started our live broadcast after race start. So tomorrow we will hope to bring you a broadcast without technical problems. We can't guarantee it, but we'll do our best.
As every day.
We're working on it. That's our weak phrase. We're working on it. Okay, so Javi, tell us what the task was today.
Well, the task was, my opinion, I think that's going to be one of the queen tasks of the whole competition. It was a long one at 141 kilometers. We had a race to goal with a start point in the northwest, close to the takeoff, and then turning to the northeast. So finally, there was a turn point heading to southeast. A long way until again we turn nearby Wadix to the northeast with a waypoint, a control waypoint north of Baza. Finally straight to goal, which basically the goal was a cylinder of 2 kilometers to stop the time, and finally a 200 line to validate the goal. And regarding the weather, what you can tell us?
So the task was planned very much with the weather in mind. It was going to kind of follow, or the course line was going to try and follow the weather. So at the race start, surface was 11 kilometres an hour northwest, and at 2,000 metres it was also 11 kilometres west-northwest. Once they got past the Almaden mountain, which was the second turn point, the forecast wind was west, 14 kilometres an hour, and was the same thing at 2,500. So basically the cloud base height was going to be increasing. There was going to be no clouds on the course line until they hit a convergence line. But basically the wind was turning at altitude, and it was supposed to be going with the course line. Now that played quite an important part of the race today, what actually happened with the wind at different altitudes. So, what happened?
Well, I think, especially after talking with so many pilots today, we saw that how they were actually struggling a very fast part of the race. But it was a very interesting moment when they were reaching Almaden. That pilot that always give us such special moment, Yassen just from the start of Almaden, started the flying on its own for a very long time. But I think he gave us a lesson how he's dealing in a solo flight for a long time. And then, as many pilots predicted, we never saw, as day before, really solid groups. A few times more or less, but they were scattering more and more all along the race. No?
Yeah, I mean, we also had the other escape artist, Rui Aguiar, decided to do his thing as well. It was like the two escape artists that always want to be on their own, pushing on their own, and at one point Yassen was 4 kilometers ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
He was pushing so hard. And the first section of the race was always going to be the hardest one.
Definitely.
The further they progressed and the later it got, the easier it was going to get. And in the first section of the race, before the third turn point, when they actually then went on a long straight to goal, it took some big scalps.
Definitely. Yeah, we were starting to see for the first time so many pilots landed in, here and there, really struggling, especially when they're finding themselves alone. And after that is when really the interesting part of the race just started, because it's when we saw, according to the weather, that it was so important just to be in the right time, in the right moment, and the right high, because depending what you were, you really found that completely in different wind. What's that wine? Wind. And we saw how two different group of pilots that were finding, but mainly they were south. That we were focusing, most of us, on the south side of the race until we found Sebas.
Well, but just before that, there was an interesting development where there was a distinct gaggle to the west that had Ornament and a few others. There was a small gaggle, but they took a really distinctive route.
Completely.
You know, they were like the three who wanted to have their own space. And then there was the big one on the east side. And then from Yassen pushing out, we had Peter Kostrom, Tilgen Segler. They decided to go with him. And so then we had another little breakaway group that kept together for a long time.
For a long time,
and
absolutely.
Peter Kostrom had some problems yesterday with aggressive flying and people coming into the thermal and not thermaling the proper way. And he had a lot of frustration yesterday and actually had to land. And so it was good to see that he kind of got his mojo back today and was pushing really hard.
Yeah.
So we followed them for quite a long time because that was a gaggle to behold. You know, they were getting really low and then they'd find something and then one would push forward and the other would follow. And then Yassen got very low. And we were watching his drift in the thermal, which was basically due south.
South.
Whereas the others could they were just slightly higher and they were going on a much more easterly track.
Yeah, and even when we're drifting that direction, we thought, okay, that is okay. You move in a bit more in the direction, but not exactly in the right one. But because it's what I thought, I was more like guessing what was happening. I thought, yeah, the more they go in that direction, the more they have to correct later on in order to go to the goal, and they're not going to have the right way to do so. They're going to be crosswind. And then I told you that if I were them, I will go more to the north, to the other side, and in order in any thermal that I can find with the drift, I will go, on the right direction. And suddenly, we went a bit up in the map, and then we found Sebas, and then we thought, that's the guy that I think is doing the right thing.
He was obviously had his phone open on YouTube and was listening to your advice.
And little by little,
it came absolutely true, because what was weird was that on the south side of the track line, the optimized track line, the drift was so southeast, and yet Sebas was thermaling and going slightly east-northeast basically.
Yeah.
And so we assumed that if he got a good climb, eventually he would just be able to kind of dive into goal. And that isn't quite what happened, is it?
Well, even we saw at the very end where everybody was getting ready for the final attack to the goal. Basically, they were gathering towards Sebas,
well,
more or less.
Pepillo was the one who led that attack.
Yeah, but it was, well, I mean, how brave you are when you think, okay, this is what I have, but I think I can make it. And there was a moment when he was, I think, 100 or even less. I'm not sure exactly the number, but finally he made it. But of course, he showed the way to the rest of the people, and the rest that were gathering together. And then we were so focused actually in that group, that led by Sebas and led also by Seglar. Gerlach and Vogel.
Michael Gerlach and Ferdi Vogel.
And Marcelo.
Joined Sebas in that, and Pepillo, but Pepillo was the lowest.
Correct.
And so he had to start thermaling, and then the thermal drifted him to the south, and the other three continued. But Michael had also taken the northern line, and he was going like between 83 and 89 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
And he was the highest. He had arrived there highest. And so then it was kind of like Ferdi Vogel, Michael Gerlach, Ferdi Vogel, and it was, who arrived first?
Well, Sebas made it first. Yeah, it's well, I think.
No, Michael Gerlach got into the speed section first, right, followed by Ferdi Vogel, and then Sebas.
That is right.
But of course, they have to get to goal as well.
Yeah. Okay. The thing is, that we were so focused that by the time that we thought, okay, look out, and then we zoom out and thought, okay, we didn't see that group from the south approaching. However, and this is the thing, I thought we saw Honorang in that group, for example, many other big names there, and then we thought, hey, they are in goal, but actually they didn't validate the goal because they were risking and approaching, from the not ideal way that they're facing this crosswind. And yes, they stopped the time, but no, they didn't validate the goal. So I'm really looking forward to see the classification tonight, because also this car today, they're going to have something to say.
Well, if I can just remind you of the classification that we started the day off with today. In the men, or in the general classification, Maxime Pinot was leading the competition ahead of Honorine Armand and then Julien Wirtz. Julien was one of the people who bombed on course today. In the women, it was Constance Mittetal, then Ellie Eger from Austria, and then Julia Jaus from Germany. Now, that's probably going to change tomorrow as well now. In the national qualification, or nations, it was France before Great Britain and then Germany. So, because not so many people actually made the goal after the end of speed section, and there were some big names in that, look out for the results. They're supposed to be out by 9 o'clock, but everybody's a long way away. So they might be a little bit delayed, we don't know, but definitely keep a lookout. Now, the other thing is that we've got FTV and the discards.
Oh, yeah. The FTV today, it's because it's 25%. So after the 4 tasks that we have, one of the tasks, it will be completely eliminated. So maybe for example, I don't know, for Honoran or many other, it wasn't the best. Okay, that is the card that they can burn today, and after that, not so many chances. They need to, be really regular for the rest of the competition. But many other pilots, however, they made a good, role today. For example, Marcelo or Alvaro, they were just 4th and then 6th or 7th also. So for them, actually, it's the opposite. They're definitely going to improve the classification, the position on the overall ranking. So yeah, it's very difficult actually to guess what the hell is going to happen. We need to wait until late evening, hopefully. So looking forward to know much more about the classification.
Now, unfortunately, we couldn't bring you any goal videos today. Apparently, the mobile coverage and data coverage at the goal field was so poor that they just watched the little wheel going round and they didn't arrive on time. So we will show you goal videos tomorrow, as well as interviews with goal arrivals and the classification, the winners, if it's changed at all. So keep tuned, and our broadcast schedule will be announced as soon as we know when task window opens and when race start is, and we'll hopefully bring you lots more coverage tomorrow. But from us, good night, see you tomorrow.
Okay, good night, see you tomorrow.
Michael, Spike, first on time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was the task?
Difficult.
More unexpected, no?
Beginning was super slow, stable in the valleys.
Yeah.
And I think we picked the wrong line with the big group more on the west. I think people on the east, they have better lines, so more leading points probably.
Okay. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Cuarta manga de este Campeonato de Europa de Pegalajar. 145 impresionantes kilómetros, unas condiciones meteo buenas, esperábamos todavía mejores, la verdad, pero han sido buenas. Y bueno, muchísimos pilotos en gol, contentos. La manga ha sido la más larga del campeonato, casi 3 horas y media, porque las condiciones al final no han sido tan increíbles como esperábamos, pero bueno, han sido muy buenas igualmente. Y bueno, pues con esto alcanzamos ya un nivel bastante importante para este campeonato, con muchos kilómetros volados, muchas horas voladas. Y bueno, pues la clasificación de hoy ha sido encabezada por el británico Juan Sebastián Ospina, seguido del polaco Michal Gislach, tercero Ferdinand Vogel, alemán, y cuarto el español Marcelo Sánchez. Y ahora nos queda pues un montón de días por delante para mejorar.
Très dur manche pour moi, c'était très difficile, très long. Et j'ai fait un très gros point bas dans la plaine au début, donc je me suis retrouvée toute seule. Et ça a été un long moment pour essayer de retrouver un peu de monde et retrouver le groupe de tête. Mais en fait, je m'aperçois que je le retrouve un petit peu sur la fin. Je fais un très court plat à 3500 mètres et c'est ce qui me permet de récupérer un petit peu la tête. Mais voilà, c'était très dur, on me tendait quand même des meilleures conditions pour faire cette grosse manche. Donc voilà, très contente d'être au goal parce que c'était pas gagné, donc je suis contente. Merci.
Somehow very unlucky at the beginning, and I nearly landed. I ended up flying with the back of the group. Somehow then I made a couple of choices by myself that worked out. And then I made this special one where I went for a cloud on top of a canyon, a little bit crosswinds, and it just boomed me up to 3,000 meters. Once I knew I was leading because I couldn't see the others, I decided to take it easy and just keep my lead, but don't risk too much. And then I knew I had somewhat enough leading points to win the task even if I don't come first. So I came third with just a few seconds of margin, but because of so much leading I did throughout the task, and then I'm here as supposedly as the winner of the task.
one and only Yassen. He's a real individual.
Hi.
So Yassen, you bombed out yesterday,
Yeah.
and tell me about today.
Yeah, I was doing the same as yesterday, just going for cross country alone in front, but today it was working for most of the task it was working. After we jumped over the mountain, before we jumped over the mountain, the takeoff mountain, it was quite slow, but when we jumped, when we were above it, we climbed high, and then I just went alone. And I was really in front. I couldn't see the Gaggle for maybe, I don't know, 70 kilometers. I couldn't see them. Just 3 guys caught me, maybe, I don't know, 60 kilometers from the takeoff.
So Seb and
Tilen, Vladimir Bachanin and Peter Kostrum, they caught me, so we started flying together for maybe, I don't know, 10 kilometers. Then I went again in front, and yeah, then we were kind of jumping forward, backwards. But the big group caught us about maybe 30 kilometers from here. They had gotten a really big climb right where we were struggling, or for all 4 of us, we were really struggling. And I think the big Gaggle got quite lucky there that we got stuck, because they were really behind. And then finally, all 4 of us, we finished a bit behind, like 3-5 minutes behind. Maybe Vojko bombed out, actually, I'm not sure. But it was a great day of cross-country flying, 140, how much was it?
I'm not sure, you tell me.
It was a bit over 140, 141 or something. And it was really beautiful, the canyons and everything, you know.
Yeah, cool. So yesterday we talked about you don't like flying with 100 other people.
Yeah.
And you like doing your own thing.
Yeah.
And it worked today.
Yeah, actually, if I could choose, I would fly competitions with maybe 10 people or something like that. I think that would be ideal, but not really commercially viable, But yeah, it's a cool game when there are some options, and today there were lots of options, big lines, open to many lines, and yeah, really cool.
Yeah. So what do you want to say to the people at home? And in Africa?
Well, I want to say that especially to Bulgarian pilots, if someone is watching, I want to encourage people to fly more competitions than they do. Bulgarian pilots are not really competitive in competition, but it's a great way to have fun and learn. So yeah, it's the only thing I want to say. And to my second home in Kenya, if there is one person who is watching from there, I'm coming back.
Okay, so tell me about Kenya. You've been out there this summer, and tell me a little bit about it.
In the winter.
In the winter?
Yeah.
Yeah, the summer there.
Yeah, it's my new second home. I live there in the winter and in Europe in the summer, and I really love it there. I want to spend the maximum amount of time possible there. It's a great place for flying, for kite surfing, for just being around really cool people. So yeah, I love it. I love it there. And if there's one Kenyan watching,
Du bist klitschnass.
All right, so Team Germany, how's it going?
Yeah, today was nice, huh?
Yeah.
For us.
Really good, yeah, nice flight, long.
You guys flew together?
Yeah, we flew together, but the rest of the team isn't here yet. So we cross the fingers that Philipp Haag will make it.
Okay.
All the others are already on the ground.
Okay, and what were the moves that got you guys in near the front?
Wow, the move is, Ferdi is doing better. He flew a bit more in front and find the thermal earlier as everybody and climbed really good. And we stuck a bit behind. And then he pushing a bit faster to the goal. Huh?
He said, Ferdi, you will make it.
Yeah.
No, we flew all the time with the big Gaggle today. And we saw in live tracking that some guys were pushing a lot, like Yassen, for example. And we had problems with the Gaggle to follow them. and the leading points are missing today a lot. So Yassen has around 100% and we have only 80 or something.
Okay, cool.
So the results will be special today.
So we talked yesterday about Germany being more of a team this time around. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we try our best. We found the radio button, the push-to-talk button.
Okay, because in the past you've operated as individuals and not really talking much on the radio.
Yes.
Yeah.
From what I hear.
And now we are talking every minute, one thing or something.
Every minute. Okay, talking more than your partners talk to each other.
Maybe, yeah.
No, it's quite nice, and the team spirit is amazing at the moment, and yeah, we help each other a lot. Makes really fun.
Okay, and what's the information that you're sharing on the radio that makes the difference to you guys?
We have some commandos.
Yeah, we have some commandos with
Short
we
words.
say how strong are the thermals in front and which lines and
Go a bit
different
more to the
decisions,
left, or-
exactly.
Okay, so give me an example. 30, you're in a 5 meter up. What would you say?
35 meters.
35 meters.
Ernesto,
That's it.
Ernesto, you're on the
7
wrong
meters.
line. What would you say to him?
Ernesto more to the right.
Okay, all right.
But he's still
Hey, they look
he's
to the right.
always on the right path.
He's always on the right, or he's always right.
We enjoy a lot. We have a really good team. We are good friends, and I think that's the secret to be better. Huh? We communicate really good, and we have a lot of fun by flight.
Okay, nice. Is there anything you want to say to the people at home?
Yeah, come here. It's nice flying. No, it's quite. We are tired now. Too much flying, and tomorrow one more time, huh? Before the rest day.
Okay. Okay, Spike, you look like you had a good day today.
Yeah, it was lots of ups and downs, beginning downs and then more ups. Yeah, in the end, first in goal with time. Yeah, so
Okay,
I'm
cool.
super happy.
And what got you in the position of first and goal? What do you think was the moves that worked for you?
Sorry?
What were the moves today? that worked for you?
Well, beginning was very bad. I chose the wrong line. We went more to the west, and this group was slower. And we were watching. I was watching on live tracking on Fanet, others going on the left high and in front of us. So I was a bit disappointed. But later on, the group was working pretty well. Cooperation worked out, and in the end, I chose the best line during last 40 kilometers, I think. I went more to the north, so I had really good glides. I caught 2 good thermals, and in the end, I managed to get to the goal first.
Okay, yeah. So before the start, we talked a little bit about the convergence off the back of the main hill.
Yeah.
That first move into the flats. Did you have that in mind? And what was?
I had, but basically after the antenna, after Amaden, I was pushed by the wind on the wrong line, and I couldn't get back on the convergence line. So then I basically had to stay on the line that I was already on.
Right.
So I knew that convergence lines probably are more to the east. Sorry, but yeah, at that moment I couldn't do anything.
Okay, cool. And what do you want to say to the people at home?
Super, fajnie być pierwszym na mecie na Mistrzostwach Europy. Pozdrowienia.
Okay. Okay, we're here with Sebina. So you understand you had the highest leading points today?
Actually not. Yassen was leading a bit more than I did, but I came before him to the goal.
Right, okay. So tell me about the day.
Yeah, like I believe the day was not as good as forecasted. There was a forecast to have an average of 4 meter thermals, which rarely ever happened, and to have much higher base, which we didn't reach. So I think realizing this early, that the date is actually not going to work as expected, perhaps was a good move. I nearly bombed out actually for pushing too hard, too soon, and thankfully I managed to get back into position somehow. And then I made a few, let's say, individual moves that put me in a lonely flying position. I didn't know where I was in relation to the others. I had to call my team leader to tell me, and the colleagues. And apparently I was leading, so there was a bit of pressure on, but I had to take it as cross-country mood. More than racing, because the thermals were really broken and really hard to center being alone. So I was just scratching for a bit, but drifting with the wind. And then I got the last final good thermal, in which I was joined by the group at similar height, slightly lower.
Okay, so how did you get the jump on the group?
I took a line. I basically saw a cloud and followed it. It was a slightly off course, like crosswind in relation to the next turn point. So the good thing is that once I got this thermal, which was a +3 to +5 up to 3,100 meters, once I reached the cloud base, I was on a better angle with my back to the wind, because I had already flown a crosswind before. And I made a very cruisy glide in which I lost sight of everybody. I think that was the special move I did.
And where was that special move?
That was between turn point 4 and 5, I believe. The second to last and last turn point.
Okay.
They were that was the move.
Yeah, because the conventional wisdom is stay with the gaggle, because it's safety. But what made you go off on your own today?
I lost the gaggle. I separated from them. I completely lost them, so I had to just fly my own line. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Obviously that line worked for you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm the star as usual.
So Petra, what's Team Poland thinking for today, tactically?
We have to be at goal and fast, that's it. As usual.
Okay, and are there any tactical choices that you can see online?
And where do you think? Find really tactical choices. I think the key will be a little bit at the beginning of the task in the flats to be in the right position on the start gate. That will be probably the tricky part, and then I think with the backwind it will be quite, with 3,000 something clouds should be fine.
Okay, and have you looked at convergence forecasts and understand where they're sitting?
My boys were here last year and they had trouble to land for more than 1 hour climbing everywhere, so let's see how it will work today. But it's to predict it, I said we will watch the clouds, we will watch what's happening there, and we will see.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Federico from Italy.
Hi.
Part of the Sicilian mafia.
Yeah, of course.
And look, what's Team Italy's strategy for today?
Fly faster and make goal first. Like every team, you know.
Yeah, but this is the French approach as well, and they seem to be doing that pretty well every day.
Yeah. But also other teams seem to be doing that pretty well in these competitions. I see the French are not the only ones, huh?
Yeah, sure. And what have you noticed in the last 3 days in terms of the tactics and what's been working?
The key is at the end of the task. You really need to understand when it's the moment to go to goal. We have big heights and very, very long glide to goal. Be fast on the final glide. This is the most difficult part, especially because some pilots seems to be extremely fast.
So have you noticed anyone in particular that stands out?
I think everybody did, but
like particular gliders? Or?
I would say there's at least 10 pilots who fly very fast, and not only one.
Okay, I noticed Honorin has ballasted it up a lot and trimmed his glider very fast.
Yeah, you can do in these strong conditions.
And he's not climbing so good, but at the end he's good on the...
I think he's also climbing good.
He's good, but... Yeah, and tactically today, like on the course line, have you seen any tactical options?
Yeah, we try to understand convergence on the final leg and push as early as possible to reach the goal the most efficient way. That's, I think, the key today.
And what forecasts have you been using?
Different forecasts, but mostly we rely on the organization here. They are really good. So,
okay, cool.
Hi, Andalucia from Lithuania.
Hello.
How's your competition going? Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, it's just a wonderful place here, and organization and all the competitors are really high level, and I'm really happy to be here. Of course, you know, we wish myself to fly a bit more faster, but we're learning.
Okay, and how have the tasks been for you so far?
It's amazing. Yesterday, well, unfortunately I didn't make it to the goal, but the first days I was always in the goal, and the tasks are demanding and now actually speedy and really well thought of, you know. So.
Mm-hmm. Which one's been your favourite out of the four?
I think the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 114. Yeah, it was nice, fast, and but I mean the first task was amazing over the canyons and all that, you know, and the second day was interesting, tricky a bit, you know, but I love all of them, you know, and hope something more challenging also again, you know.
You might get that.
Well, I heard that, so I'm looking forward to it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Hello Alberto, Team Italy manager.
Ciao.
Ciao. How is it going for your team?
So. Yesterday was not the best task for my team because 3 pilots in goal, okay, but only 1 for the team score. So the other 2 landed in the flat, and we hope for the next task.
How did you make your team selection for the scorers? Because you've got a team with a lot of very good pilots.
Yeah. It's there are good pilots. Joachim, Dennis, Marco Busetta are very strong pilot. But yesterday was one from Marco a tactical wrong, okay, because he improved to take a leading point, okay, but he landed. So Joachim he lost to put a waypoint, so to catch a waypoint, and he must to come back to the cylinder and lost about 2 kilometers from the first Gaggle group, and it's very difficult to return on the group. So he landed after 20 kilometers. Yet bad task, but we think in the next day for the next day.
Mm-hmm. Yes, always.
Always, yeah.
But I mean, how did you decide which of your pilots would be the scoring pilots?
I decided because you have 3 different behavior in fly. Joachim is at front line, okay, is always in the top 10, 15 pilots in the Gaggle group, and also Dennis is both was conservative, okay. Mm-hmm. But Marco Busetta is completely different. He's a pilot did put to win the task, and he take a lot of risk to land, of course. But you have possibility to gain 1,000 points. No? So the Michelin's of the 3 pilots, I think, is better. More Silvia, the female. Yesterday, for example, he helped the team because he take the point for the score. And also in another competition, Silvia helped a lot the team. She is not fast, but in any case, arriving goal more time.
Yeah, having a female on your team is always an advantage over the ones that didn't bring a woman.
Yeah. It's an advantage, for sure. It's an advantage, and I hope for the next task that the female was more help the team. I hope this.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck for today.
Okay.
I hope to see all you guys in goal.
Thank you very much.
Dominique from Luxembourg,
Yeah.
how is your competition going so far?
Well, I do my best. I'm doing my best, so I'm not the first, not the last, but
Are you enjoying it?
yeah. I'm learning a lot. Yeah, the level is very high. It's wonderful. The pilots all in the go in the same time, in the same minute. It's impressive.
Mm-hmm. And do you like the scenery and the...
Yeah. I was here before, but I never flew like this. Yeah, top conditions, meteorous conditions. Yeah, the ceiling is high. Yeah, it's nice. Sometimes hard, but it's okay.
I think you're representing the smallest country in this competition.
Yeah. We are 2 pilots from Luxembourg, and yeah.
And what's the flying like in Luxembourg?
It's flatlands flying, and yeah, we are often abroad to the mountains, and yeah, but mainly flatlands.
Okay. Well, good luck for today, and go Team Luxembourg.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, Jernej from Team Slovenia.
Hi.
How's it going?
Quite well, yeah. Yesterday we had quite a long task. The forecast was predicted that we'll have some convergence, but we just couldn't find it. But nevertheless, it was really great flying. At the beginning, we went over the mountains. It was a bit tricky. And then from then on, we just flown in the Gaggle, nice climbs, and just take it steady till the goal. So it was quite a nice landscape and nice competition flying, and I enjoyed it a lot.
Great, and the team spirit must be really high now that you guys are in 3rd place.
Yeah, we're 3rd, but we can go even higher, so
of course
it's everything good in Team Slovenia, so
great.
It's perfect, and the weather is really nice, and we fly every day, so it's a nice vacation.
And you're enjoying yourself?
Yeah, of course. Really cool here.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I'm here with Jari from Finland. How's it going?
It's good. This has been really nice competition. Very good weather and long flights. Really long. But it's nice.
And how's it been going for you personally?
Sorry?
How's it been going for you?
Okay, I would say. Not perfect, but I'm satisfied so far, so yeah, good.
And you like the conditions?
Yeah, especially yesterday it was really like booming, and a really long task, 140 k's, and yeah, it's good, really good.
And so yesterday has been your favorite task so far?
Yeah, but there has been other days there has been really good tasks also, so it's in total it has been really nice.
Mm-hmm. And how's your energy level?
It dropped a little, but luckily today we came a little bit later here, so it's I really needed it. So I'm a little on the limit with energy, but now I'm back again, so it's good.
Great. Well, I hope to see you in goal later this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
Mario, Team Croatia.
Yes.
You had a good day yesterday.
Yes. Sarah especially made fine task yesterday.
Yeah, she was.
She made for today priority. So by the step to the podium.
Mm-hmm. And Damir as well did well.
Damir as well, yes. He made a good job.
Mm-hmm. And what were your team tactics yesterday?
Stay high, stay fast. So we see what happened.
Are your team flying together or are they flying individually?
Sometimes when it's possible they fly together, but they depends of the day.
Mm-hmm. And have you got a tactic where you ask the supporting pilots that are not scoring to help bring the scorers forward?
Well, we don't have that many pilots, so we are all in the team and they individually flying and get to the national result, so we will see.
Great. Well, I hope it goes as well today for you.
I also hope.
Great. Thank you so much, Mario. Hello, Peter from Denmark.
Thank you.
How's your competition going so far?
Oh, so far it's going quite well for me. I'm not the competitive guy who can follow the big teams here, but I came to goal the first 3 days, and yesterday I landed short 3Ks. So, but okay, I'm very happy with my flying. So far very good. I like the area. It's fantastic flight, and you get very accelerated. You know, when you're out there on your own, sometimes you feel, okay, what have I done? I can experience this, you know. So that's why.
Yeah. And the conditions, you like them?
Yeah, I like them very much because you have long flights and very good thermals here, and we have a good task setting and safety around it, so I'm very happy.
Great. Well, I wish you lots of luck, and I hope to see you in goal this afternoon.
I hope too. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Steve Senior, Team Britain.
Good morning.
Good morning. You guys have moved into second place team, to second place nation, and you won the task individually and as a team yesterday. How happy are you?
We're delighted. It was a tough, challenging day, long task. It was not as good conditions in the air as predicted, so it was, it was strategic. Our team spread out sufficiently, and Seb took an excellent line north of the goal line, and that helped him in the last section, really.
Well, and lead-out points were excellent because he was up there on his own. You know, he wasn't with a group until they all came and pimped off him.
That's more or less true as well. He decided to take a really good line and was on his own, and I know others were told, don't follow Seb, he's going to land, and of course he didn't, and gained a lot back of lead-out points and came into goal, although not first. He won due to his lead-out points, so great result.
Oh, I mean, it was just thrilling to watch, and in fact in the live commentary we were following him so closely that we missed the people coming from the south, you know, where the other drama was going on, but he was just magical to be observing.
That's true. Well, we were watching the people going further south and thinking this is actually going to give them quite a strong crosswind and an uphill route to goal and so on. It wasn't the optimum route, so it was either down the line or to the north of the line following the wind. So yeah, good work on the team pilots. Excellent, very happy.
And Martin Long also was in the top 15.
Yeah, Martin did a great job. He was, he played it safe near the end just to make sure. Dylan, who was doing a super job, up near the very front, landed sadly just short. But we've got strength and depth in the team, and that's what counts.
Yeah. Well, fantastic result. Number 2 in the nations from today. Keep it up, and good luck.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed.
Okay, Vladimir, Team Romania. How's it been going for you?
It's been interesting. Yesterday we had a long task, and it was my best task so far, so I'm pretty happy with my flying. And let's see, conditions are milkier and milkier, I feel like, and more stable than previous days, so let's see how it pans out.
So how did the first section work for you? Were you quite happy with that yesterday? Because that was the difficult part.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was low, so it was surviving mode, but there were some pretty good climbs to be found in the lee side. And if you got there, then it will work out, Mm-hmm. Up until then, it was a bit difficult. Mm-hmm. Everybody was hanging for their life everywhere, yeah.
And are these flying conditions suiting your flying style?
Yeah, I like it when it's strong, to be honest, yeah.
Could it be stronger for you?
Yeah, the thermals could always be stronger, but yeah. There were some pretty good thermals yesterday, but they were pretty scarce, so far spaced out, I guess. Mm-hmm. And with the leading gaggle, we had like really long glides, like 30 kilometers in between, so it was difficult sometimes, and it was about the lines, But yeah.
Did you stick north of the course line on the final section or south?
Yeah, only on the final section I got pretty low, but I got 3 minutes late, I guess, to the first. So this was, all in all, it was pretty good, yeah.
Excellent. Well, I hope it goes as well today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christoph Dunkel, Team Switzerland.
Yes.
You had a good day yesterday.
Yeah, wonderful.
And the day before.
Also,
yes.
That was not too bad, yeah.
How's it going?
Pretty well. Well, yesterday, first I was a little bit behind. In the Alps, and then later on trying to catch up the leading gaggle, which I eventually did, and then I was even able to overtake them.
and fly in goal as 5th, but not much leading points, so I got 10th overall, but that's the game.
So, I mean, the team spirit, is it okay in the Swiss team?
Yeah, it's quite good. I mean, yesterday, unfortunately, only one Swiss pilot in goal, so yesterday we lost a little bit, unfortunately, but other than that, it's super good, yeah.
And do you like flying here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in Spain is full on, it's crazy thermals, especially yesterday you saw quite some nice shapes of paragliders, unusual shapes. But yeah, it's cool. Nice.
Well, I hope today goes really well for you and I see you in goal.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Hello, Sarah from Croatia.
Hello.
Hello. How's your competition been going so far?
Well, so far so good, except I bombed out the second day, I think. But yesterday I did really well, so now I'm happy again.
Yeah, no, you had an outstanding task yesterday. We were following you.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was good. I'm the second lady in the goal. There's only 2 of us, so it's pretty great.
How do you enjoy the conditions here?
Well, they're wonderful, except the wind. It's pretty strong, but somehow everything's working. I don't know how is that possible, because in Croatia on such days we couldn't fly at all, so it's nice.
Great, well I'll look forward to seeing you in goal later today.
See you!
Hello, we are here with Dusan. I would like to ask you, Dusan, how is your current position in competition and how do you feel that overall, how's it going for you in the competition?
Well, my current position overall, it's not the best, the ideal. It's around 57. I'm trying to climb up. I made few mistakes on the first days. Yesterday's task was quite good, very long task. I like long tasks. I was around 10 to 15 in goal, but because of the leading points, I was 22nd. So quite okay result for that kind of a race. The conditions yesterday were really good. And for today, we're expecting a bit lighter condition than yesterday, so we will have to be more careful. And yes, just hope for the best.
Is anything, after your analysis of the task, is any point that you consider could be more tricky than other?
No, I think because we are mostly on the flat, everything is tricky. The most part, personally, I find very tricky here is some areas with very, very big sinks, up to -6 meters. And
wow.
If you are placed in that position, then you're in trouble. So yeah, because of those high sinks, it's quite
better not be alone.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure. If you're alone and in -6 sink, you have trouble.
Okay, so thank you very much for your time.
You're
Good
welcome.
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good morning. Here we are with Madalena from Waypoint team. And well, I would like just to start highlighting the glider she's flying. So tell us about your glider.
Well, it's Ozone Photon.
Ozone Photon, right?
So it's ENC, but it's a great glider.
It's a great glider.
Amazing.
So how was for you yesterday?
I loved it. It was great. It was really, really good. And I don't know if I was lucky or the day was just so amazing. And I think the first task when we flew behind the mountains, it helped. So I just knew where to climb and it was easy. And yeah, so when I saw, after passing the high mountain, I saw the main Gaggle, I was just so amazed that I could catch up with them, and it was great. It was really amazing.
Third position yesterday. Third position with a C glider class. But it's like you said, you say C class, but
yeah, it's different.
Right?
Yeah, it's different.
So overall, how do you feel all along the competition?
I love it. I really like it. It's great. It's really, really great. Everyone told me that it's so windy here and it can be tricky and very strong. Well, we had different conditions so far, but yeah, it's great. I really feel great. Pity that we have a rest day tomorrow, but
yeah. Because that's the point. Also, I am after 5 days. Well, today is the 5th day.
5 days.
Okay. Yeah. So even we had 2 long tasks, 114, 140 yesterday, and then I know there are some pilots that are starting kind of asking for that resting day, but I think it's not your case.
No, I think it's just the hydration.
Listen to you, you sound so...
I feel great. I feel really good. So yeah.
Okay,
It's an amazing
looking
place.
forward to
Love
see
it.
you more. Just pushing with us this Spartan. Thank you very much.
Today maybe slow down.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. You never know.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we have here Nelson Pacheco. I would like to ask you, what is your after the task number 4? How is your current position?
Well, it's not the one that I like it, but it's not that bad. My target on this European it's to save the score for the team, because Rui is pushing a lot, and it's quite nice to see him all the time leading out and going all the time first alone. But someone have to just stay and just
hold the horses,
all the points, and to make sure that we make some points. So my first task was slightly that yesterday. Was my target to go more on the front to do more points, and I stayed with the Gaggle almost the full on the beginning now on the start, because I was quite bad, but then I managed to recover it. And then all the task I was just on the Gaggle, just judging all the moves, not going out, because the condition was quite hard, going up really fast in some places not. So and then into the goal, on the line to goal, already with the glide, okay. I was able to go on the top 4, top 5, something like that. But then we lost communications, and I didn't know where was Nuno, if he's too much behind or not. So and then I have to just be happy with 960, 950, 70 points. So that's okay. Not super good, but that's okay. No. So and then I stay on the top 20, something like that, make sure that I arrive to the goal, because it was tricky on the lines. Even if you have a good 8 glide to goal, sometimes you catch a good line, and we've seen a lot of pilots doing that and going down. So make sure that I had a good line to make points for the team.
Okay,
so that was my target. Yeah,
very good analysis. So after task 4, how do you feel? What expectation do you have for today? Do you have any time to look deeply in the forecast, or?
Yeah, we made our analysis. We know where is the place that we need to stay. Of course, the Gaggle it's always stronger, and on the top players will be stronger win. So I think it's the day to stay high and not going too much low. And here it's a special place, because you get super stressed, not for several reasons. A lot of olive trees waiting for us, so on the goal it's always better. So make sure that being high, and staying with the Gaggle until the end.
Yeah. And so far, today is the 5th day of the competition. I don't know, because I heard that some pilots just starting to feel kind of looking forward to this rest day. I don't know, how is the feeling overall of your team?
No, we good. It's our style, so we can. It's similar to Portugal, strong conditions, flat land. So we used to this. So. The thing is that it's Spanish style, we know.
Okay.
It's 100 kilometers all the time, 100 and 150, so you're super strong on that. I don't know if you want to waste us by endurance or something like that, sure. But we are used to that, yeah.
And so you're ready to keep pushing, right?
Yeah, so I don't have any discards now. It's time to go. Time
okay,
to go
excellent. Thank you for your time. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, here we are with Dylan Seklar. I would like to ask you overall your results of yesterday, also speak about yesterday's task.
Yeah, so overall I'm in a pretty good spot. I'm 3rd currently. Also the team is 3rd, so we managed to climb up in the last few days. Yesterday was a very interesting task, really long, but it didn't felt in the air that long actually, so we were flying quite fast. But was very interesting because I detached from the group after the start, so I went completely kind of my own way. And there was a group of 4 pilots that were in front, and we were in a huge lead at some point. We probably had close to 10 kilometers of lead. So in the plateau in the back, it was really an awesome position. But then let's say 50 to 40k to the end, so this is just over 2/3 of the task. We got in a zone where we couldn't get nice climbs, so basically the group caught us, And then it was again the game in the last 30k where I had to catch up to still make a good result, which at the end I did. And yeah, I made goal by 2 meters, so flying with the wind into the goal. So that was a bit tricky, but it all worked out. So yeah, quite an interesting day yesterday.
Excellent, well done. So now I would like to ask you after the briefing, so what are your expectations for today?
Yeah, it's a tricky day, I think. We have kind of this sand, foggy air that should decrease the thermal activity a bit. So I'm expecting difficult conditions, especially the first part. And I'm also not 100% sure how to tackle the final leg to the goal. It looks like we're going to fly in, sideways and into the wind for quite a long time, 20k. And it's in an area we didn't fly yet. So I'm expecting it's going to be quite difficult there. So I think we'll just try to keep it safe until that point, and then this is where the race will be decided, I think, the last 20k.
Good analysis. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
welcome to Sunday, Task 5 of the European Paragliding Championships in Pegalajar, Andalucia, Spain. I'm Judith Mole.
Hola y buenas tardes, bienvenidos a los 17º Juegos Campeonatos Europeos de Parapente 2024 aquí en Pegalajar.
So, here we are again. We did a resume of the day yesterday, as we do every day at 8 in the evening. And we always try to start our live broadcasts half an hour before the race start. And we always try to bring you some interviews and things before that. So always try to tune in half an hour or 3/4 an hour earlier than the broadcast schedule. We have two pilots in the air who are hopefully going to bring us some footage. We're still working on the live element of that. And we always try to bring you goal interviews, and there will be a summary of the day at 8 o'clock this evening. We would like to apologise profusely for the technical problems that we had yesterday. We had a power outage and that knocked our sound out, and that meant we had to start our live broadcast later, and we only managed to start 10 minutes into the race after race start. But we hope that today things will run more smoothly and we'll be with you for the whole time today. So what happened yesterday, Javi?
Well, actually, yesterday was a tricky day. I mean, we saw how we didn't see that much about days before, like a big group. We saw more like scattered small groups and different pilots just trying the luck all on the way. The forecast, it was working here and there, but not exactly as expected. So at the end, when they were expecting to find the convergence at the end, it wasn't that much. It was a bit tricky, especially the last part of the flight.
I mean, I was talking to pilots this morning and interviewing them, and a few mentioned that they were, very psyched about this magical convergence line, and they never found it.
No, indeed. In fact, what they found instead was that when they were out of the coastline, optimized a bit more on the south, basically that reef of thermals, they were putting them out of the right way more and more and struggling on the way back. However, this Sebas showed the right way where to be, showing an extraordinary lonely flight. And finally also we saw Yassen Sabot as well, showing a very good lesson how he's dealing completely alone all the way. That was really interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, another person that really pushed at the beginning was Abel Vargas from Hungary. He made a huge valiant effort. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off for him, and he landed short along the first section of the course line. But the other really surprising thing was yesterday that Sebas took the northern line, which put him in a good position to then glide into goal with a favourable wind. And the pilots that kind of basically followed him on that route was Michael Gierlach and Ferdinand Vogel. And there was a whole load of pilots who got drifted, they went south of the course line, and the wind there really drifted them to the south, sometimes south-southeast. And when they then turned for their final approach, it turned out to be incredibly difficult, and a lot of big names actually managed to get into the end of speed section and couldn't reach goal.
No, especially those that were heading completely from south, and they were facing this crosswind at the end. Big name like Honoran, for example. There's a group of a small 6 pilots or so. They managed actually to stop the clock, but not to validate the goal. So now, especially after the discard as well, now we have some changes in the classification.
Yeah, let me just give you a quick recap on some of those big names in the top 30 that actually managed to get to the end of speed section but not into goal. So we had Heli Eichholzer from Austria, Darko Skankowski, Stefan Morgenthaler, Nuno Virgilio, who'd won the previous day's task, Henri Normand, who was number 2 in the whole overall, and also our only pilot from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mirad Senui. And the first section, which was the most difficult section of the race, also took a few scalps. A notable person who landed just outside the end of speed sections was Dylan Mansley from Great Britain, and then other big names that unfortunately didn't make it was Marco Busetta from Italy, Vladimir Bakanin from Serbia, who had been really pushing, all day. I mean, he was in the group that was trying to push forward on the south side with Yassen and didn't make it. Julian Wirtz, who was third in the classification up to yesterday. Rui Aguiar, who is our other escape artist apart from Yassen. Daniel Turkas from Germany, who was also in the top 30. Ellie Egger, who was second woman, didn't make it yesterday. And Anka Tabera, who was third, also didn't get round the course line. And finally Martin Petz, who was very high in the classification after the first two tasks. So we had 4 tasks. That was our 4th task yesterday, so that gave us some discards.
Absolutely, yeah. They applied, yes, for the first time a full discard of 25%. So obviously, for example, for Pegalajar Onoran wasn't that bad because he was being very regular the whole time. So yesterday he can subtract those points, and for him maybe it's not that significant, still quite high and overall, and able to keep competing, to be there for the whole competition. But maybe for others that could be, not that good. So I think it's a good point. They have to try to figure out who is where in the task, but also overall.
Yep. So although they didn't arrive at goal in this order, Michael Gilach arrived first, then Ferry Vogel, and then Sebas Ospina, but with lead-out points, of which Sebas got a lot because he was out there on his own. The task result for yesterday is number 1, Sebas Ospina from Great Britain. Second, Polish Michael Gilach. Third is Germany's Ferdinand Vogel. Fourth was Marcelo Sanchez Vilches from Spain. Habit. And fifth was Tilen Sengla from Slovenia. And in the women, Constance Metethal from France. She is going to be able to open an oil and shoe shop. She has won the women's classification in every task so far. Second was Sara Lovrek from Croatia. And third was Madalena Janaway from Britain, who's flying an ENC glider. So that was really impressive.
Really impressive, yeah.
So after 4 tasks, the overall results are Maxime Pinot from France. Sebas Ospina is now in 2nd place, and Tilen Seglar. So Sebas and Tilen have knocked the 2 highest place, 2 second and third place French pilots off the podium. In the women's, the first 2 places haven't changed. We've still got Constance Metethal from France, Eliega from Austria, but our new 3rd placed woman is Joanna Kokot from Poland. So nation rankings after task 4. Number 1 France, number 2 Great Britain, number 3 Slovenia, number 4 Poland, and in 5th place North Macedonia. So today.
Yeah, well, today they are changing a bit the decimal. No, there's some changes in the scoring, right?
Yes, there's been a change in the scoring that's been introduced today, which means that when you see the points in the scores, they've added a decimal point, only 1. And the reason why they did that is because sometimes when people had equal points, they had to share the place. So there was a tie. You'd have 2 people in 2nd place or 7 people in 17th place. So the decimal point is going to try and avoid that and actually spread people so that there might still be a tie if they've got the same score and then the same decimal point. Mm-hmm. But the idea is to actually have the rankings in proper order.
Absolutely.
So a few other issues were brought up at the briefing today. There was an apology from the organisation for some problems that we had with the retrieve yesterday. Some people landed and there was just no signal, so they couldn't communicate with the organisation. And one pilot in particular, Ruyagia, had to
Ruyagia.
walk for a long time until he could be picked up. But the problem was that there's so few roads in that area where they landed that to actually get to the pilots could take an hour and a half. So whilst the organisation was trying very hard, it just was impossible. There's just, if you're in a gully somewhere, it's really difficult to get to you.
Absolutely.
So there's now real-time scoring available on Flymaster. It's not official, it doesn't count, but it's interesting for folks at home if you want to switch that on and have a look at that. The final issue was that every day at briefing now there's been information for pilots about aggressive flying. Now, 2 days ago, Peter Kostun actually landed because people flew at him in a thermal. First one pilot, then another. They didn't respect turn direction, and he landed for safety, and he was very upset by it.
Yeah.
But every day there's been complaints about aggressive flying, and today Goran, the head of the jury, and the head of civil, really let rip, because he was saying that at this level of competition it shouldn't have to be repeated every day, that aggressive flying is not good. And he reminded people of some of the accidents that have been had in high level competitions, and it's disrespectful to other pilots not to fly in a safe manner. So from now on, people are asked to actually report on other pilots who are flying aggressively and not sticking to kind of civil behaviour in thermals and in the gaggles. And from tomorrow onwards, there will be penalties and possible disqualification.
Right. So now that we just finished just summarizing a bit, let's just focus on weather and the task from today. So we have actually, I think it's going to be a difficult day, especially because the condition. We have a bit of the sun we call kalima, with that kind of breeze coming from the Sahara. That's bringing a lot of sand wind, right?
Yeah, so it's very, very hazy at the moment. Visibility is really restricted, and it's affecting the thermal strength.
Yeah, basically reduce a lot of the thermal quality.
Yeah. And because the conditions were so poor earlier on, the wind dummies indicated that it wouldn't be safe to have 130 odd pilots in the air. So the start was delayed and the task was changed.
Yeah, it was delayed until 4:15, so...
4:45.
Yeah, 4:45.
3:45 is the race start now.
And basically that's it. We are now basically 5 minutes or almost 5 minutes for the start point, and we can see in the forecast that at the end it's similar to what we're having these days, the wind.
Yeah, I think the top higher winds are stronger, certainly as the day goes on. The surface winds are northwest 11ish, but higher winds are up to 28 at 3 o'clock. It was supposed to be southwest 28 kilometers an hour at 2,000 meters, so pretty strong. It's not going to be and then it's at 5 o'clock it's supposed to be 29 kilometers an hour southwest at 3,000 meters. Now, whether they'll actually get to 3,000 meters is a different question because of the haze and the capping of the thermal strength with that. We have got a forecast for thunderstorms in the high mountains, which is why we've got an early race finish today. The end point, the deadline is 7 o'clock this evening.
Right.
It's because we want to get the pilots down at a reasonable time before there's any overdevelopment. But I stress, the overdevelopment is not going to be in the valley here, it is in the high mountains. But even so.
So maybe now we can go for the task
of
today. Let's talk about the task that we have today, because we have, as Judith mentioned, the idea is to stay most of the time on this side of the valley, but then after that we go on the side a bit to the south, but not too much. So we have a total of 83 kilometers stacks. Just to mention that the previous start has been modified, increasing the radius, just because to make it easier according with the forecast that we have, because the hazy weather. So what we have here is race to goal with the exit the start gate. Remember that it's a line that they have to cross from the inside to the outside, so they're heading northwest, going to it's not that far, actually very close, on top of the highway. Puente Tablas is more, could be the center of the waypoint, but the radius is bigger. And after that, they turn into the northeast. Basically, is they turn a bit to the northeast, and then they close Garcia direction, southeast again, and it's like a rebouncing, like a zigzag, and again going northeast to San Miguel, and from San Miguel they go straight to south to goal, and the goal is in Larva, and basically is a cylinder of 2 kilometers to stop the clock, and they need to continue further to this line of 200 meters wide to validate the goal. And well, what I can see already analyzing, we are 7 minutes less, 2 minutes away from the start point, about to start. But if I go into analyze the route, I can see multiple direction that they're going to face completely different direction depending on the wind. But let me tell you, especially the last leg, basically they're going to be mostly cross, if not almost not into the wind, no, but really facing the wind. So I expect it's going to be really tricky today for a few reasons. One, just the weather that they have, because currently they're managing to be, some of them they are 1800 or so, but I can see already a pilot landed. The official pilot landed. There is no, they cannot go for retrieval. It's Silvia Ventura, so, and all of them they are only 100,000 meters, not that much. So I think every transition to another point, to another waypoint, is going to be a long fight. Normally it should be those 80 kilometers, it should be around 2 hours or something like that. I'm not sure today we're going to see that speed.
Well, looking at the parts before the start, they don't look anywhere near as high as normal. So, just to remind you, today's an even calendar day, so turn direction is right. And as usual, there's no restrictions and no airspace to deal with on this route.
Yeah, that is so nice to know. I mean, when they tell you there's no restriction, for example, no airspace plus no restriction in high, if they tell you today we can reach, I don't know, 4,000 meters, well, it is the best. It's super nice to know. They give you more, I don't know, more peace, to do with no hassle, nothing. I would like to highlight though what happened when they do the start point, because that was also yesterday. 2 days ago we had a start point that it was not easy, because when they're reaching the first the start point and turning around, a group of pilots were turning to the right, another group of pilots were turning to the left, and another group of pilots were just, it was a bit dangerous in that moment. So yesterday, race direction decided after the waypoint, they set immediately another waypoint more to the north, and that created a natural turn out up to the north and then to the right, and that create super safe condition to do the start point and start the race. So that is exactly what we have today as well. We can see easily how once the race start, they're going to hit the first waypoint, and after that they're going to make a nice open turn to the northeast to make it everything super easy. Still we are 15 minutes, yeah, exactly 15 minutes away to the start point, and let's have a close look at how the high. Okay, they are at 1800. Some pilots managing staying there high. Others that 17. Others, yeah, okay. As an average, they are managing stay okay between 16 to 1800, waiting for the start point to happen. We actually have live images from the air, so we can observe the Calima, this hazy sky. That this is what they're having at the moment. They can you have real footage just from the sky, So like I said, I expect it's going to be really slow today. They're going to really take easy, and also another day that the group is going to be crucial, because a pilot just told me that he just it was easy. Well, Tillen Ziegler was telling me that it was so easy to find sink area about -6. If you find at -6 and you are alone, okay, that's it. It's really complicated. And I give you the opposite example. Jose Jimenez Belda, that was pushing, just going, trying to reach the Sebas at the end. There was a moment when he was 20 meters above the ground. And even his father saw him like, okay, that's it. And then eventually he found something, and in the last moment he made the super tight turn, putting his wind in a super very, very tight turn. And after that, it was exactly the opposite. He found +4, +5, I don't know what it was, but he managed just to reach the goal after an incredible brave attack trying to win the task.
Well, we can no longer see the launch from here because they've had to provide us with a bit more shade, because the temperatures here are much, much warmer than they were at the start of the week when we were mostly in jackets. But I've just seen the launch manager walking by, so I'm assuming that everybody's in the air.
Yeah. No pilots now, all in the air.
Yep. Would you like to talk to us a little bit about how gaggles form?
Yeah, definitely. A gaggle. Recalling the explanation a bit yesterday, the idea of the gaggle is to find a waiting area, or especially before the start point, or just a thermal that you find on the way, and the users, the group is going to regroup there and try to help each other and keep pushing. So eventually, the rules are really simple. If you are before the start point, the direction of the turn is set. It's that simple. Today, I think, let me go to the task. Today is to the right. So no matter where, you can be inside the start point, you can be out of the start point, you can be 30 kilometers away, doesn't matter. Before the start point, everybody has to turn to the right. That's it. After that, it's up to the first pilot to find a thermal. It's that simple, the rule. I am the first on the thermal, I want to turn to the left. Okay, whoever join after me, they need to join. And it's very simple. Just imagine, you are doing this kind of, that's direction. Whoever joins me, I will be able to see him or her all the time, all the way. However, if we do the opposite, we are basically in a collision course. It could happen in high, maybe my climbing ratio is, 3+3, but maybe another pilot is faster than me in climbing. If we are holding the same direction, well, easily I can open my turn or do some modification and it still is safe. But if we are in a permanent collision course and the other pilot is faster, that's going to happen, and we can put ourselves in danger, with no reason. So simple. The rules are simple, but sometimes.
But I mean, there's also an etiquette about joining a thermal, that you swing wide to let the person who's established the thermal or who's already in the thermal continue on their turning line, and then you come in at a point where you can join that, that synchronicity. And I think that's what the complaints are about this aggressive flying in these last few days, that people are just not joining the thermal in the correct way, and then, or just trying to, basically, it's the aggressive flying is about throwing somebody out of the thermal, basically, and it's not acceptable. But I mean, on the whole, the gaggles have been, really, I mean, when you look at them on the live tracking and you see this little moving flower, I love it. It's one of
the most spectacular moments that you can get. One of those, imagine just 60 or more gliders in the same thermal. It's super beautiful to see.
Well, hopefully we will bring you some footage of some of the gaggles that have been established here from our in-flight guys, our reporters. Okay, so we're a few minutes from race start. Everybody's getting into position.
Yeah.
Um,
They're
just-
quite stable. Now I can see just the big one, the really big Gaggle of the day at the moment. Obviously, it's super difficult when that happens just to zoom in and go in numbers. Of course, we can see a few, but at the moment, they're just finding the strategic position, the waiting position. Normally, just 2 minutes ahead, and because now actually where they are waiting is on top of the exit for the start point. So, as you know, it's an exit. They need to ideally you stay inside of that area, and then as soon as the start point is open, you just hit the line and you go. But there's not much at the moment. So they're doing well. I mean, they're waiting. It is what happened. Maybe the thermal finish, another appear on the left. They regroup on that side, then another, and so on, so on. This is how it goes until the race starts.
Yeah, just to explain another thing before the race start. It's unusual in a Cat 1 competition, which this is. So Cat 1 is the pan-continental competitions and also the World Championships. Category 2 competitions are the national competitions, so national championships. It's very unusual in a Cat 1 competition to have relaunches. But here, they are allowed at this competition because it's a low hill, and when the conditions are difficult, there is a place to land at the bottom, and we allow the competitors to come back up. But there are rules around that. One of them is that the retrieve bands go down, and the pilots can't just say, right, I'm ready, I want to go. There's a lift back up every 15 minutes so that it's fair. Everybody has to wait the same time. Nobody will get advantage. But the other thing is that they can only get a relaunch up to 15 minutes before the race start. Then the transport stops. And if they land anywhere else, they're considered to have landed out, and they may not relaunch, and they'll get the minimum distance, which in this competition is 3 kilometers. If they do manage to, if they land in the official bomb out field, they get their retrieve back. They have to join the queue. They may not go ahead of any other pilot who hasn't yet flown. So those are the bomb out rules, which I say it's very unusual in Cat 1s, but here it's what has to happen because otherwise it would be unfortunate.
It's very particular in this area just because the takeoff cell is quite low and also is a venturi area, which means that maybe the risk that you are facing in the takeoff, obviously as soon as you leave the takeoff, you're trying to face the main hill, suddenly decrease a lot, and it's not enough for the hill to be working properly, and you find yourself easily bombed out. That's why we saw every day 2 vans just ready there, but you did explain perfectly all the rules regarding how this retrieval from the bomb out area are. So, but I think today we didn't see any actually.
No.
So,
although the conditions are a lot weaker in the last couple of days, we have had pilots in the bomb out field over the few days, but not today. So that's interesting.
I think what we have in here at the moment, the thermals are starting to work, but there was all the time a lot of breeze. So this means the dynamic lift, which is basically a constant breeze just hitting the hill, was enough just for pilots join the main hill and stay and avoid just being bombed out. And now that apparently is starting to work. When they are basically around, that fly came straight to my eye, and now around 1800 as the top at the moment, and we are 5 minutes away for the start point to happen. And it's interesting that we just recalling about the committees that we have in the air. We have two different. We have the safety committee and we have also the task committee. So both are pilots basically running the competition. Those one is related to what is the task, helped by also the organization, the task committee, and also the other one is for safety. Those are pilots that they are in the air, and the race direction, they're going to contact them all along the flight and asking for that condition, how is the forecast, the weather condition developing, and is flyable is okay, or is decreasing, or is not safe enough, and because of that, we have a code.
Yeah, so we have level 1, level 2, or level 3. Level 1 means it's all good. Level 2 means it's strong. And level 3 means it's dangerous. It's too strong. The task should be stopped. One of the interesting things, again, about this competition in comparison to others is that normally the pilots elect the people on the safety committee. Not in this competition. In this competition, the team leaders have proposed and elected the task and safety committee. So you don't have a plenary of the pilots who decide amongst themselves. It's gone through the team leaders. The team leaders here have a very, very important role, not just to look after their teams and to make sure they have enough food and discuss team tactics and make the selection of the scoring pilots, but they are also the liaison point for the organisation. So in theory, the pilots should not be talking directly to the meet director or the safety director. It should all go through the team leaders, and that works more or less. But what's actually interesting is we have several nations where there's only one representative pilot, so they have to be both team leader and participant. And it's particularly interesting because Ronnie Yassen from the Netherlands is he's got every hat on. Yep. He's participant, he's his own team leader, and he's on the task committee. So he, is a busy man in this competition. Luckily, he's super experienced, so he can handle it. But the Task and Safety Committee, they get a little thank you in that they are always allowed to go in the priority queue for launch. So when they're delayed because the Task Committee or the Safety Committee overruns in the morning, because the Safety Committee has to approve what the Task Committee has said. Yep. So the Task Committee looks at what's the most potential that you can get out of the day task-wise. And then the safety committee looks at it and goes, what about this? And maybe there's going to be a lee there, and we're sending them into a place that, is potentially dangerous. And so the safety committee then will comment on the task to make sure that everybody's happy. And obviously that takes time. So they have less preparation time in the mornings. So in order for them, when they arrive potentially late, to be able to still make up that time, they don't have to wait in a queue at launch. They just go straight on to take off. Absolutely. I mean, I think, we're asking a lot of these guys to help make the competition great. So the minimum we can do is let them launch first. Absolutely. If they want to. They're not obliged to.
All right. 30 seconds away just for the race to start. So let's have a look at what's going on. The massive Gaggle there, because just they're there. This is on top of the start point. So ideally, they are ready to go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The start gate is open. Let's see if they start doing the move, because the height is not bad. The altitude is not bad, but I can see some pilots they need to go back. Dominique Nail, for example, is out of the start point and flying around 1500, so definitely he needs to go back and hit the start point. I see no changes and on the rest of the pilot at the moment, probably because they have a good one passing 2000 meters, and now we can see the first move. Pilots just leaving the area, going for the first waypoint. Dominique Nails now reacting and trying to go back to the south to reach the start point. Also, the group from the southwest just abandoned the starting point. Abel Varga, for example, in that group, when he's flying in 1500. So the first waypoint is pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah. Can I just remind people that it's an exit cylinder for the start, so you have to touch a point inside it and then leave it, and that's your start time for the race. That's when your time points, your time's calculated.
All right. Obviously now it's really difficult just to see who is who and where, and It's just the first moments. Well, the whole swarm is just moving forward, taking the position. Let's have a look at the speed. So they are now gentle at the moment, below 50 kilometers per hour. Around 2000, that's okay. They are testing a bit the playground, how it is. For this first short glide, they're going to reach, really soon, the first waypoint. With this the first waypoint, it allowed all the group just to spread a bit, safety, turn into the northeast. Nobody's going to struggle with another one just because they need to follow now the same direction with this open turn to the northeast.
Just while we're watching the pilots glide away from the opening cylinder, if you're watching us on YouTube, if you would like to send us some questions or comments in the chat box, we're monitoring them today and we can answer your questions. Well, we hope we can answer your questions. But if you've got any questions, please type a message in the chat box next to the screen that you're watching and we'll do our best to answer you.
You can see big names just leading the group. Onaran just in the main group on the north. Maxime Pinot, of course, heading, on the head of that group. Everybody around kind of trim speed, 40 something, 39. This is trim speed, not using speed bar at the moment, or maybe also probably they have in this part of the race, they are facing northwest. And remember that today, this northwest, depending on the high, it could be a significant wind, especially the higher layer. We saw that it could be medium to strong wind, between 20, almost 28, right?
I think the maximum temperature maximum velocity was forecast 29 kilometers at 3,000 meters. But it'd be interesting to see how high they can actually climb, what top's altitude is.
Meet director also mentioned that regarding the forecast that he's told us about in the briefing, they say expected that thermal can be up to 3,500, but also he mentioned that there is a layer, that maybe it's going to face really strong wind that is going to cut the thermal, so probably won't be able to read that high. So we need to keep an eye on that.
Well, I mean, I have to say that the wind here has significantly increased, even just since we started broadcasting. So in the last 35 minutes, you can probably see the flags behind us, but it's getting windier here.
Yeah, definitely. But no clouds at all.
No.
Still no clouds. No.
Well, I can see some in the distance. I can see some cumulus, but they're so far away, and they're not on the course line.
We won't be. The task definitely won't approach that far. When we see Maxime Pinot and Oberhauser and Onaran.
Sorry, while we're looking at Joachim Oberhauser, it's one of those things that you think of very experienced pilots as not making simple mistakes. But yesterday Joachim Oberhauser missed the turn point, and by the time he missed it, he was already 2 kilometers down the course line. He had to go back, and by that time he'd lost the lead Gaggle. And Joachim Oberhauser is a very I don't mean aggressive in that sense. He's one of the pilots who likes to be at the front. He's always tried to be in the lead Gaggle. So for him, once he had to go back and he'd lost the lead Gaggle, he never recovered again.
No.
So
it's your rate is completely different. Either you can go with maybe another group behind that you found, or you find yourself alone, and the race for you just change completely. So we can see now the big group, and also just they're turning there, they're not stopping, they're just changing the course, heading northeast. In the meantime, we can see another big scattered group of pilots heading more from the southwest, but and another group of pilots in the same course just behind them also they're approaching, led by Anton Lovrek.
Croatia.
In that group also we can see other names like Marcelo was there. It was really nice task for him yesterday. Luca Mann is in this group as well. Now Albert Varga, I can see now he's just finished reaching the waypoint and heading north east at the moment, but nobody is turning at all, just continued with the course. They still have more than 800 meters above the floor. Okay, Maxime and Tilen Segler just leading the race at the moment. 62 kilometers per hour. Obviously now they're chained, that they're not facing the wind. Maybe they don't have, I'm pretty sure they don't have northwest wind at all. It's more like a cross wind, so that allows them to accelerate a bit.
Yeah, and Maxime is currently top of the ranking and Tilen is third. So I know who Tilen's going to try and stick with.
You know that I'm going to leash you and I'm going to leave you away at all, but that's the feeling that's going to happen today with these two guys. If I was Tilen, definitely I'd say no, whatever Maxime's going to do, I'm going to be with you. Well, they're exploring. Okay, Maxime is stopping and turning. Let's have a look at the numbers here. Maxime is, apparently found something there. Soft one. Just going back to push. He was just sniffing around and it wasn't good enough, and then because of that now Tilen Segler is leading the race. Remember, it's just the first part of the race. Today, the hazy weather, this sky with this filter that we have won't allow the thermals to be, you know, that quality is going to be degrees. So even though forecast said the power of the thermal, they could reach more than 3,000 meters, the quality is not so good. So definitely, well, I don't know. I'm not that sure that we will see that unless the sky will improve. And this still is sniffing around between Tilen and Maxime. They're trying to explore the terrain here and trying to find something. I can see also Fran Reina is there in that group. Alright. Just the group forming a gaggle. The first gaggle after the start point. Little by little, every glider just feeling the first moment of, you know, in order to turn. The classic way to turn a thermal is you go into the lift, you feel the lift, also the instrument of course confirming that you're lifting, and as soon that the top, you know, that start, you kind of losing the lift is the moment that you start to go into the lift. And the reason is because if you make yourself immediately, you're going to lose the lift because you are not inside, you are on the edge of the lift. So there's different techniques, of course. You need to be adaptable, but the classic is just to go to pass all the way. As long as the lift increases, you continue into the lift, and when this lift starts to decrease is when you make your first turn, and you try to adjust every turn until you are ideally in the core. When the thermal allows you, because probably you alone or with a minimum amount of pilots, not in a gaggle, as explained yesterday, being in a gaggle, nobody ideally should take the profit of being in the core. Is we need to share the thermal because we are a lot of pilots in there, everybody stay. But look what is happening here. The lift is not so powerful, it's not so well defined. This is the situation that probably also a few pilots were complaining, because they're trying to find the lift. So you find ones try to find a way to stay, to go in, to go out, and then they spread a bit. And with only one pilot change the course and go the opposite direction is when everybody gets nervous.
We've had a couple of comments and questions on YouTube. The first one is from Mike Miller from the UK, and he says that some pilots navigating using XC track have have updated their instruments and have been affected by the new bug that means that their task navigation resets in flight.
Whoa. Okay, that is. I used to use a lot Exit Track, and I really like it. To be honest, I think it's just sensational. It'll give you all that you need and more, because it's super. I love to customize make my own profile and more. But the fact that imagine that when you everything's set, the last thing that you need to do in the air is to touch the instrument at all. Because today, for example, the weather here is getting warmer. It means in high also is warmer, so probably they're not wearing heavy gloves or medium gloves. But when you expect in high, it's getting really cold, and you need to wear heavy gloves, and you need to manipulate the instrument with those heavy gloves. Is a nightmare. It's not comfortable at all. But even much worse is with those harnesses, like the submarine, in which one you have the instrument that you don't have access easily to the instrument, and the instrument is resetting. Well, that is a big problem. Well, we can see that there was a Gaggle that for a few turns they were turning there, but not really doing anything significant. So Honoran decided to push a bit for the first attempt to start earning leading points, and he's gliding about 63 kilometers per hour, 1500 in altitude, 980 meters above the ground, around all the time 60 to 57. He is followed by Thielen Segler, Julian Wirth, and George Ovenhauser. Maxime Pinot starting to be a bit low here with the Martin Peth there. Wow, okay, I can see Martin Peth flying very quickly to the south east, and now heading again to east. That was really strange. I think that Maxime found, okay, I finally found something. I think this is good. Like I said, as long as Maxime is still climbing, he won't turn. It's a good one. Now that is a good one. That is a solid one. And now he got it. And it's going to show the way for all the swarm that's coming towards him. But look at the drift. Very clear that the wind here is northwest. So again, they need to keep that in account. So when they finish turning here, ideally they should contrarrest that drift and go as soon as possible away from the optimized line. So in order for the next lift to be found, go back naturally with the drift into the natural, the most desired way for the next waypoint.
It's a bit of a repeat of yesterday with strong drift in the thermals. We've got another question.
Yeah.
From Nireshed. Is there a weight limit over the pilot net weight? If yes, is it monitored on the top leading athletes? So I can tell you that ballast rules are that you are not allowed to have over 25 kilograms above net weight. And that includes everything, your clothes, everything.
Yeah.
There's a penalty if you're found to have more ballast than that. There are scales in the headquarters. There's always a queue for pilots to weigh themselves, to monitor it themselves. But there are controls on the pilots here. There's anti-doping, there's weight, there's various checks on their equipment. Obviously they're not allowed to change any of the equipment without the permission of the race director. We have had one pilot change his glider today, and they're flying with a different glider, so there was a big rush to get the numbers stuck on. But yeah, it is monitored, and there are rules that are determined by the FAI rather than the local rules on how much ballast is permitted to carry.
Yeah, really interesting. when we see now, yes, tremendous, a big gaggle just forming. Nobody's taking the lead at the moment because a massive gaggle is being created and trying to pass 1600 meters. Again, it's going to be really soft condition. Hopefully in 1 hour or so it will increase the clean ratio of the power of the thermos, but at the moment it's really soft. 2 pilots just left. They're attacking at the moment. Maxime Pinot again. And Rui Aguiar. There he is.
I think by the, well, or task 5, we should already be calling him Houdini.
Keep an eye on that. Yassen Sabov. Of course.
So, the team of escape artists are at it again.
Exactly. Yeah. Team Sabov, 1500, and he goes 60 kilometers per hour on his own, as usual, just trying to, make the difference, break completely the rules about what it should be done, flying with the group. Okay, Yassen Sabov is, it's so interesting what you said. How many PVC
he's won more PWC tasks than any other pilot. And, in all the years that I've been watching him, this is what he does. He likes to go out front on his own. It's always been like that.
Okay.
It's just his thing.
Okay. Probably we won't change his mind ever.
I doubt it very much.
Okay, Francisco Reina also at the head of this group. Philippe Haag, Ernesto Inestrosa, and that now it's a group. Now it's the kind of group that I like to see, especially at the first part of the race. Notice how they were drifting completely to the southeast. Now they're flying completely parallel to the route, but a bit more on the south side. Let's have a look at the terrain so we can see exactly what they have underneath. Exactly, a beautiful ocean of olive trees at the moment, and the terrain is around 600, between 600 to 500 meters. So, it's not like when they jump behind the way around all the time. Remember the first day where all the time 1,000 meters quite high. So again, because they're going to play in the valley here, it's going to be more or less the same high overall, 500, 600 there, quite flat, small hills in there, but the problem will be that the terrain is going to be quite similar. No big contrast, so no easy also, not allowing dog thermal to be found. So, in addition with the hazy weather, that's why I'm so good.
When you see the line on the map, the red line with the arrows, and we talk about the course line, it's actually just the optimized line, the fastest way to get from turn point to turn point. It's not obligatory route. It's just, so you can get from one turn point to the other however way you like. It's just that would be the shortest distance between them. Absolutely. So it's an indication that is useful for them to know the minimum kilometers they need to fly, but how they get there is entirely up to them. But as you say, if you drift too far off it, there's wind, then it's going to cause you issues.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes happens that when they set an optimized way between one way to another, and you have different options depending on maybe more on one side you have a line of mountain, for example, and the other one is completely flat. And in those moments, that pilot that they decide, okay, I'm going to use the support of the mountain all the way, even though it could be away from the optimized line, but that is totally okay, because it's a tactic. I'm using the mountain for a while, and then from the mountain, I do the approach to the optimal course. That's perfectly fine. What could happen though is maybe on the flat, the thermals are more stable or stronger, and then it would work better. And so because of that, you can find not flying exactly above the optimized line, even though it's shorter, but maybe it's not the most with the most benefit. So that is why. But Judith was really right. If the wind is significant, the wind is a issue that you're keeping an account like it is happening. The more you drift away, the more you need to fight after that against the wind to improve your course here. So we can see what is happening here. Generally, the pilots that they are leading the race are generally returning more to the north, and we will see how far they're going to be to the north, or they are correcting. I think they are correct at the moment the course. Maxime is just again aligned with the optimized course, but they are starting to be low. They are below 500 meters above the ground. So it means this week. And of course, our lonely pilot, brave pilot Yassen Sabov, is 240. So they have to start looking for something. There's two groups behind the head of the race that are stopped, they are slowed down, they are easily just taking the time, found something, forming two different gaggles there. When they are 1300 meters and climbing, but very little, very soft there. The group more on the north is 1500. Another little group is forming between them, a bit more ahead, and more pilots are joining little by little that group. But ahead of the race, what they're doing though, they are slowing down. They're flying now trim. And Maxime has found something, and definitely he's going to try to get that thermal. And as soon as he got it, I'm sure he's going to call everybody around him. More pilots are finding different thermals in the left and on the right. Steve Cox found another one. Pet costume starting to turn as well. So apparently that area, they have different thermal points. So really interesting to see if they're going to be different groups, different little goggles, or eventually they will merge into a super big one. In the meantime, of course, Yassen is doing his own flight. He's just brake completely to the east and now going back. Struggling below 200 meters. Okay. No, he's trying just to stay alive, but it's really difficult just there. Let's have a look at the terrain. I think maybe it's a hill, going downhill from here, what we're doing. But there's another field in front in the middle of a group of big terrains of olive trees. Maybe this is the last chance, because he's pretty low. Okay, I think it's start to... No, I thought it was climbing. But if the wind is coming... Hold a minute, turning back. Yes, what I thought. I think I had the feeling that he found something. Wow, okay, this guy always surprised me a lot. I don't know, okay. I don't know.
Well, people have put Yassen in the last chance saloon many a time, only to find him back in the lead gaggle. So...
Yep. We will keep an eye on him, but at the moment doesn't look good for him. In the meantime, as I said, more and more pilots that joining the head of the race. I think that, I don't know how could you find it. It's not a proper gaggle at the moment. It's more like trying to define the gaggle. That is a complicated moment, because look at it now. They're moving more to the east, trying to find more a solid one. Nothing really is turning. Nobody is turning there. No. Okay, they abandoned the lift. 700 meters above the ground for most of them. A few pilots just trying to get just I don't know, maybe the leftovers of that thermal forming or turning another one. It's going to be like this for a while, I'm afraid. There's nothing solid at the moment. The hazy weather is not going to work, so it's not going to help. And just again, look at the drift. The more they spend time trying to find a leaf, and the more they're trying to turn with this soft leaf, the more they drift completely out of the optimized course. The problem is, if you don't manage to find a good one to go in a good altitude there, then you need to fade this not win again. But you are low. You are not even in a good altitude to try to find to keep moving in the right direction. Ines Strosa, Onoran, Morgenhaler. Top 30 pilots are there. Marcelo a bit more on the north, a bit higher, but again, nobody is beyond 1500. They are all there or below. Whoa. Okay, look at that. Yassen Savov, 55 meters above the ground. And however, he is lifting now. He's climbing. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he found something on its own. Nothing really solid, but it's, you know, grabbing this little leaf there.
It's interesting that he's reversed his turn direction in the
A few
thermal.
times,
Yeah.
you know.
Just trying to center the best lift.
Yep. Again, he abandoned that leaf that is not good enough, but he is. Okay.
He's only 60 meters above ground
Yeah,
level
I
now.
mean, every time that I look at this, I suffer because I know how it does feel to be there, and it's horrible. You really need to be pretty strong mentally to handle that situation one day and another day and another day, another day, just in sub style. I don't know. Wow. He's floating there in that 0.0 leaf all time, and then he abandoned that 0 and he continued going in the right direction. That is fair to be said. In the meantime, finally, there's a huge gaggle. Meanwhile, another group more on the north, where I rather to be, is pushing when they are passing. They are gliding above 1600 meters. Carlos Alberto Lopez and Nuno Virgilio are leading that group. I think that I like much more that way, that direction. Northwest, and you have the optimized course on your right. Now you find any thermal you find there, you drift a bit, but in the right direction, and you fight for the right position where to be is easier. There's slowing down. There are slowing down here. They're approaching to the waypoint a bit more from the north. Just they're going straight away to the waypoint, but apparently, okay, Carlos Lopez, they're stopping there. Mario Stella, also everybody. I think this group is going to stop. Yassen Sabo finally just landed.
Yep.
It was really difficult.
Yep.
It
He's
was
officially
really
on the
difficult.
ground.
Yeah.
I've just heard from race headquarters.
Right. We are not so far for the first, another chain course direction. After that waypoint, they will change more an easy way, ideally, because they will head southeast. So it means they will fly a bit more into, down with the tailwind. But it won't be that long glide, because really soon after, they will head again this northeast direction. So let's see how it goes. The head, okay, that is really good. They recover. The Pet Costrum leading the south group when they are more than 700 meters and they're flying more than 66 kilometers per hour. That is a good sign now. Pushing, trying to gain those leading points. Remember now in that stage of the race, leading points are really important, and there will be until the last part of the race where the time points get more important. But at the moment, whoever is leading the race and holding the position, the most you're going to be there, the more extra leading point you're gonna get, and that they can make a difference at the end when you reach goal. That's why you can find pilots that even though they finish first task, they don't win the task.
That's what happened yesterday, where Sebina arrived third in goal, but he had so many lead-out points that he won the task.
Absolutely.
Can I just say that in the North group that we've got, we had a Gaggle forming, and then Nuno Virgilio broke loose. Now, he was the winner of task 3, and didn't manage to. He got into the end of speed section yesterday, and he was quite annoyed by that. I think he's got something to prove to himself and others today.
Exactly. Look at the speed.
Yep. And he's followed by his teammate Eusebio Soares.
Yeah.
So the Portuguese flying together today. The Portuguese have been doing really well, actually, this competition.
I wonder, I really would like to know, I don't know if it was possible one day to have, remember, I don't know, most of you, of course, you have seen Formula 1, and in Formula 1 you have access, sometimes they plug in those chat and radio, when the team, they talk with the pilot and they have those feedback to each other. I would love to know how it is with these guys, those teams talking to each other, what they're doing, okay. Because of course I can talk to them and they can explain to me, but definitely it's not the same. You can get those conversations live and just to see how it is.
I've been talking to quite a few team leaders this morning, and I mean, they won't reveal much about their team tactics because they don't. But I was talking to another team leader, and he was saying that his breakaway pilot, another team leader, had said, "Don't follow them because they're going nowhere." Well, that person did extremely well yesterday. So it just goes to show, tactics from the team leaders, what they're telling their pilots, and their analysis is crucial to how the pilots fly. They don't just let them loose. They're trying to bring the whole team forward, and also often team flying where they have like the peloton, so the non-scoring pilots, because don't forget, in each team for this competition it's 3 men and 1 woman that are in the team scoring, and they sometimes use the other pilots that were allowed to compete here to basically, bring the team along. That happened in the Spanish team yesterday, where they sacrificed one of their pilots to bring a scoring pilot on to improve the nation score.
All right, we can see the two groups are merging when they are reaching the next waypoint, and that's basically that merging is on north side, more on the north side of the course. It was a really fast approach into the waypoint, between 70, also 80, and beyond 80 kilometers per hour. Now they're turning all of them into the next waypoint, southeast. They are basically, we have the head of the race now is Pet Costrum, followed by Nuno Virgilio. And notice how they're increasing the speed, because now they're flying tailwind here, 81 kilometers per hour, 1400 in altitude. Let's try to figure out who are they in this top. We see Pet Costrum, Nuno Virgilio, then we have Rui Aguiar, then we have Vladimir Bakanin, Eusebio. Wow, this group is really dense. Okay, we have Pet Costrum stopping, leading, and Nuno Virgilio is not stopping, but it's gently braking. They are slowing down. There's a lift there. There's a lift there. Okay, they're going to stop. They're going to stop. And they stop. The rest of the group will stop as well. Everybody's stopping. Rui Aguiar is not stopping. He's slowing down. And accelerating again. Pushing at the moment. Playing between 55 to beyond 60. Non-stopping. The rest react. The rest, they leave the thermal. Only one pilot just trying to turn. Bruno Virgilio stay in the lead. Meanwhile, the red are spreading. They are moving side to side, covering a much wider terrain. That is a very good tactic for all of them. In a situation like this, the benefit to find a thermal, the possibility and the chances increase a lot. Rui Aguiar pushing 700 meters above the ground. 73, 75, 76 kilometers per hour. Like I said, this glide is going to be really short. It's going to change really soon, again into the northeast. Maxime Pinot behind Rui Aguiar. Let's have a look. Still, the ranking needs to be updated because Rui is the one pushing, but that's not the name that I have on the ranking. We need to give some time. In the meantime, let's try. Now they're spread a bit. We can see easily more names. Georgi Gistovsky, Darko, Vladimir Vakanin, Maxime Pinot, Julian Wirth, Selko Ovuka. That picture, that is one of the most beautiful. When you see those massive swarm just gliding, it's really impressive picture. Where to be? I wonder if eventually we can have some picture from our pilots, Louis. That would be awesome.
Yep. Don't forget that if you've got any questions or comments, you can add them to the chat on the YouTube channel, and we'll see if we can answer them.
We're super happy to answer any question, any doubt that you may have. Rui Aguiar, 1,000 meters. Still pushing. 73, 75, 500, 70 meters above the ground. Maxime a bit higher. Julian Wirth just behind him. Almost 70 kilometers per hour. Let's have a look at the terrain behind them, below them. Olive trees and more olive trees and more olive trees.
So unusual here in Andalucia to see olive trees.
Yeah, that is so weird.
I've never seen so many olive trees in my life.
So there's a chain a bit, but not that much. I don't know, the little line of bushes that you can find ahead, if that eventually can make a difference, because also the high of the terrain doesn't change that much either. It's around 400 meters here. Rui is 440 meters above the ground, and the rest are also sinking. When Maxime now is around 1,000, Julian Wirth the same, Salko the same, Vladimir, Ronnie, Helgeson, Darko, everybody around 1,000 meters now and below. Rui Aguiar is slowing down, he's braking a bit, stopping here, found something, he needs something. It's a good one, but he lost it. Oh, look at that, I love that moment. He showed the way and everybody is just, it's like a group of sharks going for the prey in the sea. Is amazing and so scary at the same time.
Well, the amount of times that Rui is the fish that they're all trying to catch, he's the one who seems to be the thermal finder general in this race. He's incredible for pushing out and then finding that lift.
Absolutely. Maxim, all the pilot now trying to find the good one there. Also going with the drift. Now is a good time to use the drift. If the good drift is going in the right direction, you're able to center the thermal. Okay, I can see Julian Wirth and the pilots around him just climbing. When we are almost 3 minutes around, we started at 3:45, so we were basically almost 45 minutes all along, almost there. Like I said, let's have a recall for the whole task and where are they at the moment. So today we have a race to go with a start gate, exit start gate, and then we have in total 4 waypoints before the goal. Okay, so the first waypoint is going northwest, very short glide after the start point. After that they need to turn northeast. They were doing that course that we're finding, a bit of struggling with the crosswind. And after that, currently, after the next waypoint, they're heading southeast. There's going to be a short glide. They're very close to that waypoint at the moment. Soon after, they will go back into northeast again for a longer glide. And after this last waypoint, they go to the south, generally southeast, but mostly south, to Larva, which is they're going to stop the clock in a 2-kilometer cylinder and then continue flying for validate the goal, passing above a 200-meter line. We could say that maybe there are approximately almost at no, it's too soon. A bit just I think when they hit the waypoint, we could say that mid-race, approximately. So I have a feeling that it's going to be around 2 hours. So.
It'll be difficult to know who actually reached it first.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can get it up on the other live tracking.
Because now they will be continuously, passing each other. Nobody really wants to take the risk to push too much because they're not really high, unless suddenly they find something really clear. It could be a bird, it could be any other sign. For this part of the race, they have to stay together. More and more they're creating, look, is they're really low, all of them. 500, 300, 400, 300 meters above the ground. But the good thing is, no matter what they find, they drift there and look at the drift. It is really strong drift.
It's crazy.
So the wind there is significant. It's a strong wind there, northwest. So basically they're going to reach the waypoint, just turning, but they're low. So Fran Reina, this is one of the characteristics that I like a lot about Fran Reina. I think it's the highest at the moment. Yep. $1,300 when the average is around 1,000.
And I think Joachim Oberhauser got in there first. He's tagged it and turned.
Okay. Yeah.
So So Italian pilot Joachim Oberhauser, ex-world champion or super final champion.
Look at that. How the whole gaggle is moving.
Yeah.
Like a living thing, just hitting arriving the waypoint and then not stopping turning. Wow. Wow. It's like looks like a wheel that is moving and is rolling.
Just while we're watching them moving and rolling, we've had another question from Johan Torlu. He says, I heard there was some discussion amongst the competitors about the fast trim of some pilots' gliders. Could you explain the rules limits on trimming for the competition? So yes, I can. I've looked them up, and just so I can be specific. No glider is allowed to be flown outside of their certification. So they're not allowed to be retrimmed and put outside the limit of their certification. You're not allowed trimming tabs. So it's theoretically forbidden. So yeah, you're not allowed to trim your glider out of its certification for this competition.
Yeah, and even so, they play. You will see inside, of course, inside the certification is quite common and well known that almost every day the pilot tried to, they work together to modify gently. They play with the limits and to, because at the end it's also on the pilot feeling. It's quite personal, and you feel that you want to be, I don't know, maybe you like that the glide is a bit more dynamic, it could change. So quite often, especially these level competitions, just imagine a car, for example, those again Formula 1 or rally or something that is you need to look after your vehicle every day. You take it into boxes and do your adjustment inside the rules, of course, inside the regulation limits. But this is the same. Is allowed that but answering also that question, it could happen that one day you see one of those long glides, and eventually you see quite a different, a few, maybe 5 kilometers an hour or more, full speed bar glide, and that could happen that there will be a complaint, and then they need to measure properly. There will be an official control on the glider, and they will discover that they are inside or out of the certification.
Just a quick aside on that. On the day one, I talked to Luc Almond, who works for Ozone, and he's the defending champion. And I asked him about, if a lot of the pilots flying Ozone are still coming for some trimming advice, and he said, thankfully not anymore. But he's expecting a big rush when the Enzo 4 comes out, and suddenly he won't get a moment's peace at a competition again.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we have an update here. Fran Reina just pushing now and leading the race, 60 kilometers per hour for him, completely alone. A few distance, followed by Denis Overini. Now is a good time for him to try to accumulate a big amount of leading point. 800 meters, and I think he's climbing actually. Yep, slowing down a bit, taking the profit of this lift. I think it's going to turn. Oh, he's sniffing around. He's just trying to move in left and right. No, oh, come on. Stopping, right, start to turn. Fran Reina is really good in climbing. He's really good and really fast climbing. There you go. There you go. Yeah, solid one. Yep.
Just a little bit of information. The wind on the ground near that waypoint that they've just gone through is 10 kilometers an hour southwest.
On the ground? Wow, okay. But that's a big difference, isn't it? Because they were drifting northwest when they are all the way 1,000 meters and beyond. So you can see now how the wind can change in layer. So this is another good point, because if you have a wind direction and you have enough altitude to that to happen, okay, that is not, you will notice the difference, but it is not dangerous. It's just you will feel how you were drifting one way and suddenly in altitude you go a different direction. It's also, we call wind gradient, and then that's this reference or the distance that you have between layers. But when the distance is really short, suddenly we have a shear. It would have had to happen, this shear, and it's changing completely very quickly. Then is when you can find, you know, a turbulence there, a shear turbulence, and that it could be, oh, you can have problem there. You can find really uncomfortable or suffer even a collapse, for example. Bloody Birakanin just taking the lead of the group at the moment, followed by Stefan Moldenhaler. Maxime as well in this group. Dylan Segler. Yeah, Dylan Segler and Maxime, best friends now for this race. I think they're going to be all the way together. They need to control each other. They need to keep an eye on each other. Let's have a look at the numbers. 60, because now they are flying again with crosswind. They're not flying anymore with tailwind. But now, in my opinion, they're doing better because they are flying a bit more on the north side of the ideal optimized course. So whatever the drift find, and look what is happening, they're turning again. So let's keep an eye on the drift at the moment. If they turn, they're heading gently again into the east. Meanwhile, Pet Costume doesn't change the course, holding 900 meters above the ground, followed by Jonathan Marin. And the big group is going east and creating a Gaggle there. And again, if I can look through the group, I can see that the drift again is southeast. Yeah. Meanwhile, Pet Costume, Jonathan Marin completely on themselves, holding 64, 65 kilometers an hour. They are flying 800 meters above the floor of the ground. So let's see how far they can get. They are still quite away, not even... they are more or less in the first quarter just to reach the next waypoint. Big Gaggle creating now more pilots joining the party there. When we have Maxime Pinot abandon the group, 1400 meters, followed by Roger Eichbacher and Julien Wirth. Pierre-Remy also just leading that group. Honorin Gamar is just there. Honoran, Fabrice, Darko.
It looks like the French team are under instructions to push.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. Especially after yesterday. They are changing a bit the plan and say, no, today we need to put some order in here, you know. Alright, Jonathan Marin spreading more to the north. Pet Costume holding the optimized course. 650 meters above the ground. Alright, let's see. 75, 76 kilometers per hour, pushing, earning some leading points here. Alright, but I don't know how far. I think he is slowing down. Yes, he is. Lift for him, turning, an immediate reaction from Jonathan Marin. He saw him, he's trying to join him immediately. And so is the group trying to neutralize Pet Costume. Let's keep an eye. Okay, 80. That's it. This is the reaction from the group to cut the Pet Costume. They're going to use that leaf as well.
Talking of Jonathan Marin, the French team had an excellent training day 2 weeks before they came here, because 6 of them broke the French record, and three of those are here. Well, 4 of them, because Julian Garcia, also their team leader, did it. And so of that group that broke the French record is Maxime Pinot, Henri Normand and Jonathan Marin. So they are now the joint French record holders. But what a way to train for the Europeans.
Absolutely. How? All right, let's go for some real pictures from that thermal that they were turning, just from Airborne images. Let's go to watch them. That would be super cool to see.
And let me remind you that if you have any questions or comments, please use the chat on the YouTube page, and we'll try and slot in the answers and your comments as well.
We can see at the moment our real footage just from the race, from the floor. Just the group passing by, really spread. We are going back to the race now. Big Gaggle at South. Big names in there as well. Fran Reina on his own, 1400 meters for him, stopping for turn, found something on his own there. Leading, trying to push away. Maxim reacting immediately, trying to cut him. Braking a bit. Finally, this area is spreading and giving multiple lifting areas, so nobody is really pushing like crazy. They push a bit to put some distance and trying to earn some leading points, and then trying to hold afterwards, not really risking too much. Fran Reina at the moment over 60, 1400 on the way to the next waypoint, followed by Maxime Pinot. And more pilots just trying to stay above 1000 meters. They're struggling a bit there. Behind Maxime Pinot, we can see Matteo Giuliani, Ferdinand Fogo, Roger Eichwacher. This group, all of them, 1400. Ernesto Inestrosa, Julian Wirth, Federico Romanzone from Italy. Fran Reina leading the race at the moment. Yes, now apparently he has a easy glide at the moment, 1000 meters above the ground. Accelerating a bit, but not too much. 53, 55. Not bad sync ratio. Maxime Pinot just behind him. A bit slower. And the rest trying to reach him. Let's have a look at the terrain. Okay, maybe, let's see, I would like to see Fran Reina is spotting this little house that could be in front of him, that reaching in no time. That could be different in the terrain to create a thermal, because he is low enough to get the profit of that point and that situation. Nothing has changed. He continues gliding 800 meters. It's going to pass I don't know how the range could be, but apparently in this one there is no olive trees, but it's flying fast, almost 70. So nothing has changed for him. Maxime Pinot and the rest, Ferdinand Vogel and his group, they are chasing Maxime and Francisco Reina at the moment. I'm going to have a look at the, I don't know if that's a hill what they have in front of them. Yes, it's usually going in altitude here. So probably the terrain is going to change slightly high here, but I don't know if that's enough to create like a proper hill that they can use on his favor. However, the terrain that they have in a short time apparently is no olive trees there, and it's darker, so maybe that could be a possibility. 700 meters above the ground at the moment for all of them. I don't know for how long they're going to keep pushing, but it's a good time. It's a good thing for Fran, because at the moment he's just taking leading point, more leading point, more leading point, so eventually he can slow down and regroup and be safe again with the group and fight to find a good thermal all together. This is why I said with this condition they can push for a while, I regroup, then push another one, I regroup. Ideally you are the one that you want to push all the time and then regroup. That is a good tactic to last all along the race, and for the final leg when you find yourself high enough, and then you go with the final attack. $600 Fran Reina, below 600 for Maxime Pinot. 70 kilometers per hour for him. I think Maxime now really doesn't want to allow Fran Reina to escape. But I don't see at the moment any chain and the terrain that really tells me what could be. Maybe, I don't know, here on the right, a bit on the right where Fran Reina is, there's a group of houses there, and the middle of surrounded complete by olive trees. That could be, because the wind is expected to be now, the lower it gets, we saw that they have southwest. I don't know. I don't know. Really curious how long they're going to. Still sinking, gliding. The terrain remains the same, 400 meters.
Okay, we've got an update on the wind on the course. What we're hearing from the race direction is they're flying in general with a 25 kilometer an hour southwest wind, and the safety committee says it's level 1, which means it's safe.
Okay, that's a good sign. That said reporting level 1. It means they're going to continue, but again they will be periodic. They're going to ask here and there, time to time, to being updated just in case. For example, now currently we can see some cumulus clouds developing, so imagine that they start to happen more on the race area, and if those clouds, they start to be kind of something to be worried about, some pilot can report level 2, and finally if those clouds develops too much and it's potentially stormy, and it's on the course and they need to cross that, they can say, okay, no, or even they can see raining on front of them, or they would say, okay, level 3, and the race will stop. But today that is not expected to happen. So Fran Reina, 400 meters above the ground. Maxime Pinot, 350. And here we have Jose Jimenez Velda appearing, that's on the 3rd position. 300 meters. That's when everybody's starting to struggle. I wonder how much they're going to push. Okay, Francisco Reina. Ooh, he almost was turning there. Definitely there. He's trying to find something. Maxime is going to reach him. He has something. He has something. Found something there. Climbing. Maxime with him. Pepillo with him. Everybody. They saw. They're going to be with him. All of that. They're going to form a massive gaggle in no time. Drifting south. Drifting to east. Generally southeast. Okay. Climbing. Climbing. Good one for him. We have, alright, we have a live pictures from that thermal that are joining, so let's go for those images. The Gaggle is creating there. I wonder, Fran Rain I think is, no, it's turning. Big Gaggle creating there. Nearby 1000 meters for Fran Reina. Lucaman appearing just a bit from the south. Stefan Morgan-Halle as well. Gently drifting to southeast. So it means, even though they say to us that it's southwest, in high is very clear is west-northwest.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit confused about what they're saying about the wind, because I mean, the race direction says it. They're on course. You know, they're getting out of the car sporadically and checking the wind, so I have to believe what they say.
But it's crystal clear for us. What you can see here is west-northwest wind. They are really close. Okay, Fran, 1000 meters. There you go. Fran Reina climbing a bit faster, a bit better compared to the rest. Really interesting. Now they are changing. I'm not sure. No, I think that we have maybe a bit changing the wind here, more east, but it's so small the difference. And still, at the moment, it's good for all of them, because the more they turn in, the more are moving into the right direction, doing nothing. So that is a good point. That is a good thing to happen. Only Fran Reina is now judging over. Hauser is reaching 1000. Darko, okay. Now there are a few pilots. Wow, Elizabeth Egger, like a jet just joining the Gaggle.
Just while we're watching them turn, I'll just update people on what's happening on the YouTube chat. Johan Turler actually we should have asked about what the tolerances are for the trim rather than just if you can trim or not. So he's actually added some really useful information, and he says, I looked it up and it's plus minus 10 millimeters deviation from that in the manual for the test specimen, and plus minus 20 millimeters for the scaled sizes. So thank you very much for that, Johan. And we had a question from Riste Tansev about whether we could bring some words from the Macedonian team leader. and I've said that yes, I will find him tomorrow. We've done a lot of videos with team leaders and with pilots. If you want to see them, we generally broadcast them before the live broadcast every day and in the evening recap at 8 o'clock. So if you're interested in finding out what the team leaders have to say, and also often the task winners, or also just competitors, we're trying to get around to interviewing them all. Just, switch on either before the live broadcast or in the evening at 8 o'clock.
So we have Madalena when he's passing 1,200 meters. Onaran making his move. Onaran is just pushing and abandon the group when he's not really high, but he thought, okay, I'm high enough, I'm going to take my chances here. He wants to earn some leading points.
And of course, Onaran, world number 1 at the moment.
And look at the reaction, okay. Yeah. Look at these three.
But I think, Onaran's got something to prove today after yesterday.
They're approaching to the next waypoint. Not so far now. If everything doesn't change at the moment, Onaran is going to be the first to reach that waypoint. They are flying around 50, not really pushing hard here. And after that turn, they're going to straight, mostly south. So if the wind is what we can see here, probably that last leg is going to be faster. And let's have a look. Yeah, we're almost there. It's not that far now. For the last leg, I think it's going to be faster than expected at the end.
I think so, yeah.
That is so interesting to see, because ideally you want to reach the top thermals, and then go all the way, pushing faster. But at the end, those gliders and the level of the pilot, of course, they allow them just not without the need to reach top thermal all the time. And as soon as they feel they're high enough, they push and they push and they push. All right, Onaran passing the waypoint. Joaquin Oberhauser, Francisco Reina, Maxime Pinot, Steve Cox, Julian Wirth, Pedra Dudik, and Darko Stankowski as well, reaching, and all the group are arriving at the turn point. Okay, let's have a look how it's going now for Onaran. Holding a similar speed, 55, 56, but 500 meters above the ground. Maxime and Francisco Reina shoulder to shoulder. And this is when the things going to start becoming really interesting, because no more waypoints are here, and actually the goal is not that far. It's not that far anymore. Okay, I'm going to try to guess from here with this altitude, and they don't manage to find any other lift. Probably they're going to need between maximum 3, but I expect maybe 2 thermals to do so, to reach goal. So I wonder when they're going to find. Okay, there's a hill here. Let's see if this hill is enough, especially on the lee side, because now apparently they could have this wind on its favor. 60 kilometers for Onaran, 62. Sometimes on the lee side you really find strong, a bit turbulent, but strong, nice thermals. Nothing has changed for him at the moment. More on the west we have Francisco Reina and Maxime Pinot holding shoulder to shoulder that glide down more towards southwest, but they're not really running at the moment. They're more like sniffing around what's going on. 45 trim speed here, slowing down. They need to find something. Okay, 230 meters for on around about the ground. I see changes suddenly here. Front rain is turning and climbing. All right. When we are 1 hour and 50 minutes since the start point, if I'm right.
Yep.
Okay. On. It doesn't stop. Okay. This is. Let's keep an eye on him because he found something. And I think that could be good. He put some distance between the rest of the group. I see a reaction in Francisco Javier Lagos and Maxime Pinot. They saw him climbing and he's not so far, so they're going to try to catch him. They're going to reach him. Very interesting to see that Gabriel Richard is approaching now completely in a super different direction, but he needs still to reach to the waypoint, so he's going to find the whole head of the race on his way, so maybe he will be able to use this, the benefit of the group, but still he needs to pass the group and go for the waypoint. That's well, this is the thing when you find yourself completely alone. So we can see Honoran just climbing. Of course, there's Maxime Pinot and Francisco Reina trying to reach him. Look at the drift again. They have a very clear northwest wind here. So they're being pushing away from this ideal optimized course to goal. When we can see, wow, look at that, there's a group of landed pilots all the way behind. So that also was expected in a day like today. When you are not with the group and also with the hazy weather also is easy. It's easy to land, it's easy to struggle and to find yourself in the middle of nowhere or no lift. So no surprise at all that 1, 2, 3, more, all around 20 pilots already. Nearby 20 pilots just landed, all on different part of the race. If we go again, we can see this Gabriele Richard is joining the group. But remember, this pilot also, if they manage to go in altitude, he needs to pass the group and go to the north to reach the waypoint, and after that, he needs to go back for the goal when the rest of the group are drifting southwest, but they are not really going altitude. They are climbing, but it's not really solid one. Darko is there, so Stankovsky with Fran Reina, with Maxime, with Honoran, all together nearby 900 meters in total. Nobody is reaching 1000 meters here. They have 400 meters below, so the average here is 480, 300 meters above the ground. It's not that much.
Okay, an update for the wind on course. The race director Inigo is currently 8 kilometers from goal, and on the ground there's 15 kilometers an hour southwest winds.
Incredible. It still amazes me that at ground level is clear, that is southwest direction. Meanwhile, we can see about just not even 1,000 meters, just around 700 meters or so, is so clear that they have northwest. With this drift, I guessing that should be around between 10 to 15 kilometers an hour, something like that. Approaching, okay, Maxime and Fran Reina are above 1,000 meters at the moment. And so it's on the horn.
We've got another update on the wind. Apparently at 1,500 meters it's 20 kilometers an hour.
Okay. Fran Reina making his move, pushing, abandon the group. 1,000 meters for him, 600 meters above the ground, 53 kilometers per hour for him. Nobody at the moment is following him. He's on his own. Alright, really brave move. Still nobody is reacting. Nobody's reacting. Everybody's holding here. Really interesting. 500 meters for Fran Reina. About the ground.
But putting a lot of distance between himself and the group.
Okay, I can see, but no, nobody's reacting. Now holding. Okay, let's see. Maxime now is... No, he's not. He's returning to the group. He's returning to the group, holding, not pushing. In the meantime, Fran is pushing, putting a lot of distance between him and the group. 460 meters above the ground for him. Almost 60 kilometers per hour for him as well. When still first quarter, away from the goal, below 400 meters now for Fran Reina. Wow, okay, let's keep an eye on him. 62, he's pushing. Okay, now reaction from the group of behind. Maxime Pinot, Honorin Amat and Julien Vert, as well all the French army now is trying to
and Jonathan Marine in that group as well, so literally all the French are pushing.
Literally. No, look at all the names. Yep. Maxime, Honoran, Julien, Jonathan.
Pierre-Ami.
Oh, Pierre-Ami.
All of them.
All of them. Wow. Incredible. Fran Reina now below 300 meters above the ground. I don't know how the French they do this. It's seriously, it's really impressive how they're all together, but literally all together leading the group. Nobody, yeah, I can see some names. Steve Coates are with them. Marcellus also with them, but they are literally all together. This is really impressive to see. Okay, Fran Reina stopping. We found something. Okay, let's keep an eye on it, because Jesus, just look at the north. I'm sure he is spotting the French army approaching to him, and all the group, I'm guessing that more or less like 50 approximately. Pilot Maxime stopping before Fran. And so are Honoran, Julien Verth and Jonathan Marin, they are approaching to Maxime. But no, they could resume the attempting to catch Francisco Reina. Yes, okay, is lifting. Yes, no. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay. Francisco Reina has a climb there. He's climbing. Maxim approaching, turning. Okay, they're stopping. They're stopping. They found something behind Fran Reina and they're gathering there. Wow. Okay, I'm getting a bit nervous here because now Fran Reina is starting to have possibilities. I don't want to say it really loud.
You predicted 2 thermals were needed from the final turn point.
I think.
So let's.
Yeah, that could be. So that's the one in the almost third part. You know, we want 1/3 part, so maybe that could be another section. So I'm expecting. Can you see the road? That's basically Silvia Ventura is picked by the bus. It's not flying anymore. So I'm guessing that should be another, because also there's a hill. We can see here about 600 meters. That I think is going to be the key thing here, the final climbing point, in order to go to the final attack to goal. Fran Reina. Okay. Matteo Giuliani arriving where Francisco Reina is, but Francisco now is higher and turning and climbing. Steve Cox, Julian Wirth, 700 meters, so Reina is almost 300 meters above them. Is a good advantage for him because he's still climbing and drifting in the right direction. In the meantime, Honoran, Maxime, they are also around the same height as Fran, reaching 1,000 meters, but not that far. So Fran is climbing really good now and getting stronger. This leaf is improving minute by minute, moment by moment. It's improving. Is it looking good?
Yeah, Mike Miller says that this thermal is about the strongest we've seen today.
Yep.
This
Okay.
climb rate.
Yeah, it's quite clear, and I think, of course, as long as the thermal is still pushing, they're not going to stop. Passing 1,100, looking good for him. The drift also looking good as well. Just behind him, the group Maxime Pinot, on all of them a bit lower, but it's still, now they're climbing very well as well. Gaggle is created behind Francisco Reina, but Francisco is keeping the advantage on his own, turning really solid. 1,200 meters for him. Julian Wirth opening at a completely different course. I think he lost the climb. He's trying to find it again. Maxime Pinot doing really nice as well. Honoran, really nice as well. Big Gaggle. Francisco Reina almost in 1,300. He has already more than 800 meters above the ground. Wow, okay. And they continue turning and more and more and more. 900 meters above the ground, and he's not going to stop because the lift really good for him. And the rest, yeah, he's keeping a little advantage in terms of altitude, more about 130 meters above the rest.
Yeah, and as you can see on your split
Wow,
screen.
okay, Darko making a move. Sorry, I'm...
Sorry, I was going to say, if you look at the split screen that you can see, you can actually see an animation of Fran's climb, and you can see how good it is.
Folks, look at that. Pinot, Honoran, Steve Cox trying to reach the same thermal where Fran is, but Fran's not stopping. Is almost 1500. It means basically 200 meters higher than the rest. Really solid on that thermal. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop at all as long as the thermal keeps pushing. If you ask these top pilots and you say, when you have similar stuff, similar performance, and you know how fast you can go, what is the difference? What makes different? You know what they're going to tell you? Who climb faster. It's basically the main difference. The faster you climb, the sooner you can start pushing. So you need to be that good climbing, and Fran is. 1600 for Fran Reina. Maxime Pinot almost 1500. On 1400. Really solid, very well done, Francis Reina, holding that climb. I don't know if he can see already. Was it not that far? I mean, it has to be. Let's have a look at the satellite pictures, because yes, it's quite obvious the mountain that he has on southwest direction towards the goal. Okay, here we go. Reaction from Reina. There you go. And now for him, 60, accelerating, 63, 64. Let's see if he's going to use that hill as a final trampoline towards the goal, or he's going to maybe open a bit in between. I don't think that at the moment he's heading to that hill. We have no reaction at the moment from the group I'm behind. They're still climbing. Maxime. No, I don't think. Oh yeah, Maxime also going. Maxime reacting. And the rest. Steve Cox. Yep, we have a reaction there. Maxime accelerating. Alright. Let's keep closer in Francisco Reina. 1,100 meters for him above the ground. Holding 65. Maxime 74. He wants to cut him. I don't see Maxime. Where is Tillen? Where's Tillen? Tillen Sekler. It's in the group. He didn't go with Maxime. Alright. Interesting. Pierre-Remy.
Well, Steve Cox has gone with the other two.
Yep. Tilling is 1500. So obviously he didn't find the right height good enough to be next to Maxime Pinot. Francis Reina is passing in between the hill that I mentioned before, so I don't know. Let's keep an eye, because definitely this is a small kind of cone there. Let's see if there's something happened there, or I don't know if it's that enough. Maybe it's enough. Maybe he could make his calculation and thought, okay, I think I have what I need. I think I don't need anything else, and that's all in. I'm putting all in.
Well, in the goal field, it's blowing 18 kilometers an hour west.
Completely west? All right.
Yep.
Okay. Ground wind completely west. And they're approaching, they will find definitely in this section crosswind. Holding Fran Reina 65, 66 kilometers per hour. Oof, I think he's going to try. It's not so far. Look, it's really close at the moment. But that's it. Now, it's going for goal. Maxime Pinot 67, a bit faster. Yeah. He's flying faster, definitely. He is 70. 71 for Steve Cox. 65, 66, 67 for Francisco Reina. Maxime Pinot slowing down a bit. Are they keeping a very good high at the moment? Doing really good. '68. Come on, Fran. Maybe we can go in the 3D from the reference point from Maxime. I would like to see what Maxime can see at the reference point about Fran Reina. That could be really cool to see. 800 meters above the ground for Francisco Reina when he is really close now to goal. Holding around 67, 68 kilometers an hour, and followed by, wow, look at Maxime Pinot. Maxime Pinot definitely wants to neutralize and catch Francisco Reina. 74 kilometers an hour is going to, I mean, unless Fran reacts and start pushing harder, still time for Maxime to cut him. 72.
And not much height difference between them. A couple of meters.
No. It's... yeah.
Well, no, it's getting different now. Maxime's maintaining his height better than... well, or Fran is flying over different terrain.
Yeah, I think the terrain here is getting slightly higher. As you can see, 450, and then they have here those hills here.
Yep.
So this is in between. They're going to pass potentially in between these little hills. Oh, come on! This is the final. This 72. Okay, Francisco Reina now is going definitely all in. Is going to use the hills. Okay, approaching to the hills, same high below of the hills at the moment. He's going to pass between the hills. 500 above the ground. '65, not stopping at all. Maxime, same speed. Now Frank is putting a bit more distance between Maxime. Okay, really close now to stop the time. We have pictures, we have a video from the three first pilots from goal, approaching to goal, when Francisco is 500 meters above the ground, but really close. If nothing changed, I think he has it. Oh, what's happening there? He just stopped, slowed down a lot, found a leaf, a little bubble there. Jeez, it's so close now. It's really close. Oh, come on, Maxime approaching. Now he's approaching really, really fast. Meanwhile, Fran Reina is trim speed here because he found something. I don't know if he's going to just stay there or just to gain extra meters and that trim speed and then go for the final attack, because it's really, really close now. Accelerating again.
I think it's probably quite lifty, you know, found a lifty line.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. That's it. Okay, Fran Reina. 60, 63, 64, 66. There we go.
Yeah, no, he's climbing.
Maxime.
He's lifting.
Yeah. I think Maxime is not going to reach him. Fran is going to win. 400 meters. Fran is going to win. It's going to stop the clock. It will have enough height also to validate the goal. It's nothing chain. Fran first.
Into the speed section.
Into the speed section, yes. So, he did it. He stopped the clock first. Fran Reina stopping the clock first. Followed by Maxime Pinot. Yes. Oh, that was super nice.
Yes, my Spanish colleague is very excited.
Of course I am. Oh, I cannot be. Onaran, approaching as well. On the third position, Steve Cox, but they are lower compared to because now Maxine and Francisco, they are that high, so they are lower.
But Swiss Steve Cox, I mean, he has an English name because he's half English. He's an absolute legend. I mean, when I learnt to hang glide in the 90s, he was the top level paragliding competition pilot. But he had 10 years off. He stopped competing in 2010 and didn't come back for 10 years. Started again in 2021, and here he is again flying at top level Category 1
like
competitions.
Riding a bicycle, right?
Yeah, I think once you've got that competition knowledge and skill, you don't lose it.
Okay, Steve Cox, 4th place. Darko, 5th. Matteo Giuliani, 6th. Pepillo, Jose Jimenez Belda today, 7th position for him, stopping the clock, but it's really low as well. Then we have Iturbe passing Pierre-Remy. He's going to stop the clock a bit earlier than Pierre-Remy. Iturbe and Pierre-Remy. And Marcelo. Wow, Marcelo, come on, Marcelo. 100 meters above the ground. Hopefully they will find something to validate the goal.
Well,
and that's it. Okay, we have Francisco Reina. First of goal, stopping and validating the goal. Very well done for him. Oh, excellent. So I'm really looking forward to see those footage from the air, some video from the air as well, and live pictures as well from the goal when it's possible. Wow. What that was. And even we are under 2 hours. I expected 2 hours, but not even. It's 1 hour and 45 minutes. Let's have a look. 1 hour and 45.
And it also only took one thermal to get along the last bit of the course line.
That's right.
Can I just say, we have a reporter in the landing field, and if you have any questions that you would specifically like to ask any of the 5 topper pilots that arrived, let me know now in the chat, and I'll see what I can do.
They stopped the clock. Francisco Reina stopped the clock in 1 hour and 41 minutes and 50 seconds. That's something that I was expecting. Joachim Oberhauser and Marcelo Sanchez, they stopped the time, but they were pretty low, trying to validate the goal as they landed just before being able to validate the goal. Wow, also Iturbe couldn't make it to validate the goal. What a pity there. And more pilots now arriving higher, so those will be able definitely to stop the clock and validate the goal. Remember, when they stop the clock in this 2 kilometers cylinder, also they need to save some altitude to validate the goal, to make the race to really, It's valid all the time. You won't get the time points. You will get the distance, but not the time points. Remember, there are 3 different points that you can get depending on the race. One is the distance, so you get the total distance points when you just finish the goal, but you get the time points when you validate the goal, and also you get leading points. Remember, when you find the moment to be pushing, and leading the race and risking, and you get the benefit of some bonus because of the risk that you're taking. Oh, I think also another Spanish I'm looking for Alvaro, and he also didn't make it. He stopped the clock, but he didn't make it, so I'm afraid apart from Fran Reina, the rest of the Spanish army today, they stopped the clock, but then didn't validate the goal. They won't get those priceless time points today. Just, well, that is when you risk too much. Alright, so very good news on one side and also very good news on the other side. For me and for the Spanish, for the Spain. Alright, I think that's mostly what's going to be.
Well, we would like to leave it running a little bit more in case people want to send in some questions for the pilots at Go. And we would also like to remind you that tomorrow we have a rest day. Tomorrow there will be no competition happening. Normally the rest day rule is that it's 6 days of competition, and then on the 7th day our meet director Inigo Redin rests. He's our sky god. But in this case, the forecast doesn't look great for tomorrow, and they decided, and the forecast looks good for Tuesday, so they decided for the sake of the competition it would be better to have the rest day tomorrow. On a rest day, nothing at all can be demanded of the competitors or the organisation, so we get a day off and get to recharge our batteries. So there'll be no broadcasting and no competition. You're missing nothing tomorrow. But we carry on normally on Tuesday, and we will also have our 8 o'clock recap as ever this evening, where you can follow us live, and you can also see the videos that we took this morning, interviewing competitors and race or team leaders. I think they're really interesting, actually, those videos. So do stay tuned. We're not finished for today.
Okay.
And if you've got any last minute questions for our goal pilots, then please let me know now.
Alright, so now we're going to leave you also with the task images, but also with videos from Goal. And as Judith says, we'll see you around 8 o'clock for the summary of the day. See you later.
Pepe. Tengo que vigilar mi cámara. Pepe Maleki a la derecha, right. Maxime Pinot. Here over us, Francis Reina, the winner, maybe the winner. Bueno, ¡bravo! Please pilots, remember there is a power line just placed over the road, so you have to land at west of the road.
A las 8 nos vemos, chicos.
superior debes saber. 7 debes. 7. 9 debes. 9. Subo a 11 debes. La base. Pero te digo una cosa, que aquí llegamos con 3 cables de XLR que tenemos, macho hembra, y es más fácil, porque mira, asómate ahí a ver qué plano, si valdría el plano ese. Pero ellos van a estar quietos, van a estar donde yo estoy. Y aquí tú me oyes bien, ¿no? Claro. Y que se mete... Ya, el camión... Es que si no estuviera yo llegando al camión no me diría, porque esto va a ser la repetición de WhatsApp. O sea que eso estamos bien. Yo creo que esto puede ser un buen sitio, porque si hay parapentes de puta madre, un rato a lo mejor vas a dejar aquí o me muevo? Me quedo aquí, vale. Enchufar el SDI. Enchufar el SDI y ya me muevo. O me tenéis una tele. Vale, yo voy a estar así. La pena es que salga de
afternoon when it's 8 o'clock and we go here for this daily summary of the day, and we have recalling what has happened. I think I'm gonna give the word to my workmate Judith. Tell me what's going on.
Hello and welcome to a recap on day 5, Sunday the 26th. And we just wanted to not apologise this evening for our technical issues, because we didn't have so many today. We didn't have any in-flights, but we actually managed to start on time and we were live for, well, the whole task, which was pretty cool for us. So let me just recap on what normally happens here. We have we start broadcasting probably about 45 minutes before before the half an hour before the start. You can see video interviews that we've taken of the day. You can see a recap from the night before, and then half an hour before the race start, we start broadcasting live and telling you about what to expect from the day. Then we try to bring you goal videos, and 8 o'clock every evening we do a recap, except for tomorrow, because tomorrow is our rest day and we're going to take the day off, and there will be no broadcasting at all. Everybody's having the day off, not just the competitors, the organisation as well. Okay, so just a quick recap on yesterday and the scores, just because that's pretty relevant to what's going to happen today. So, in task 4 yesterday, Sebina was first, Pegalajar from Poland was second, and Ferdinand Vogel from Germany was third. Constance Metteral was the first woman, followed by Sarah Lovrek and Magdalena Janaway. And that left the overall scores after 4 tasks at Maxime Pinot from France, Sebina from Britain, and Helen Segla from Slovenia. In the women's, it was Constance Metteral from France, Elisabeth Egger from Austria, and Joanna Kokot from Poland. And the whole overall scores for nations changed not completely, France is still ahead, but followed now by Great Britain and Slovenia.
Slovenia, yeah.
So that was the scores going into today. And then we had task 5. So.
Okay, so far, well, if we're going right away to the weather, we can talk about even though the expected weather was just mainly northwest and expected also southwest at the end in the higher layers, we could say that we had all the time northwest mostly in all the layers, and it was really interesting to see how the course, the people going to the goal, all the stuff going to the goal, they were reporting southwest, the surface, but we never saw that southwest at all.
No, we didn't.
You know, it was actually in a way it was quite similar to yesterday in a moment when we saw those drift on the course, and then so regarding to the weather, I could say we didn't see that much that southwest at all, even though the staff for the people going to the goal, they were reporting southwest at the surface, but not in the air. I think we didn't see any cloud either.
No, none at all. The weather feature for today was that we had Sahara dust blowing in, and it was completely hazy. Visibility was very, very poor, and it affected the thermals quite a lot.
Totally. Basically, that was one of the main issues today for the whole task. And because of that, all the pilots, when we start, I think we can start talking about the task. But basically, this hazy weather was definitely affecting the whole task and the top of thermals and the quality of the thermal and in fact everything. So speaking about the task, we started with like 83 kilometers something, a kind of zigzag on the valley, and finally going towards south. But because precisely the stability of the day after some wind damage that when launched to test, and they said, well, actually it's too stable. Well, and they decided, the rest direction decided to delay a bit at the start point, 45 minutes. They put it at 15 to 4. And so this is how it was. And after that, we were witnessing that basically everybody were getting ready for the start point around 1800 or so. And as soon as they started, they were all the time around 15, 16, not much. And actually, very, very little moment along the way, we saw around 2000, but not much. And since then, really soon, when the started, what we saw is Maxime Pinot is trying to control the race just from the start, right? And after that also, because we saw Maxime and of course Thielen, he was with him, trying to be next to each other for that first part of the race. Because of that, Maxime was earning a very good amount of points that basically makes a difference today at the very end of the task. They were permanently drifting and more drifting, permanently southwest, no matter where they were and no matter how high they were. That's what was really important. We had, again, well-known names, Yassen, Savo, Rui Aguiar, that they were doing what they do. What they know how to do is they sniff around, they push, they completely disengage for any group. But today, for example, Yassen, even though he'd made a really brave intention to fly on his own, well, at the end he paid the price. He landed, and Rui, I think he's just trying back and stay protected by the group. And he said, "Okay, today I really want to make myself in goal." Nuno, for example, he was leading a Gaggle again in north in an optimal line, and then he arrives on the turn point in the second turn point first, and
Yeah, and then after that, I mean, basically it was a short task. So they just tagged the turn point and then all turned and just dashed to the next one, turning as little as they could. The next person, the person to first reach turn point 3 was Italian Joachim Oberhauser. And then they turned again and they just blasted down the course. And Armand tagged the turn point 4 first, again in a big group. Once they actually then turned into the home straight, then it got really exciting.
Absolutely, because from that moment, Fran, and then I heard a conversation, a video that I saw from him. Fran was permanently higher than anyone, so he was in this control position where you can see others and you're above of them. So that is called control position. And then from that, it was a moment where they decided, okay, that's my moment, that's my time. So he started with a very strong attack. He made, when I was guessing that only they needed 2 thermal, he made the whole way in 1 thermal and not need anything else. Even he said, my instrument was telling me I'm not going to make it, but he decided to push, and finally he did. And he arrived at the first goal, but finally Maxime was just trying to catch him and hold the distance. But at the end, we saw with the result, because even Flymaster, they was telling us that because the leading, we're guessing, and we're pretty sure that Maxime has won the task. And then I have to say I'm very sad, because the whole Spanish army was behind Fran, and not only the Spaniards, but many pilots. They're taking a big risk, just trying to stop the clock, to try to reach the goal, but they made it so low that they didn't manage to confirm the goal. So because of that, they're not going to get those time points.
Yeah, just going back a moment, because for me, the really exciting thing was Fran was heading out and making, really trying to escape from the Gaggle and trying to escape from Maxime. And then he got this thermal, and we think it was the strongest thermal of the day today. And he was in it alone. Other people tried to go to him, but he was just in orbit. And once he then decided to leave it and go to goal, he found a really lifty line. So he was actually climbing as he was coming into goal. So it was like he flew an absolute blinder. And he deserved the first in goal, and he won't win the task because of the leading points. But he was just such a superstar. But I'd like to also mention that, so the order into goal was Fran Reina from Spain, Maxime Pinot and Honorine Armand from France. But fourth in was Steve Cox from Switzerland. And we haven't talked about Steve Cox in this competition yet, because we haven't had a chance to really. But let's just remember, Steve Cox was a superstar in the 90s. He was multiple Swiss champion and became world champion in 2005. And he then developed the X-Alps and was the director of that for many years. And he then took 10 years off from competitions. He flew his last Swiss championships in 2010 and then took some time off for his family and came back in 2021. First competition in 10 years. He wins sports class, just like that. He's obviously never lost it. And I mean, what a man. So we're going to look forward to interviewing him tomorrow. He's not going to.
Tomorrow,
no, not tomorrow, but Tuesday, because I tried to interview him this morning, but he hadn't had a great day yesterday, so he's not going to escape me again.
All right. So I think that's made the summarize of the day. So now we're gonna leave you because we're gonna repeat yet again. It's important for us and for all the staff tomorrow. We won't be here. This is rest day for us. So do you want to add anything else?
Yes, we were hoping to bring you videos from the goal today. Unfortunately, there is no internet coverage, no data coverage within 25 kilometers or something. So the guys were rushing back to try and find coverage. They were stopping to try and get the videos to us before 8 o'clock. Unfortunately, we weren't successful. So we're going to have to bring you the videos from tonight's goal on Tuesday, which seems quite late. So we apologise profusely, but we have got no control over the mobile data that is here around us. So we wish you good night.
Yeah.
And we wish you a lovely rest day from us. And us a lovely rest day from you, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Okay, we leave you as well with some pictures and videos as well from today. But yes, definitely we need that rest, and looking forward to see you again on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So here we are with Dylan from the bridge team. Let me know, what do you find the task today?
It was tricky. Straight from the start we went out with time, and the area to the east really gave a bunch of people immense amounts of altitude in comparison to what we had, which was about 1,200 meters, and they were up to over 2,000. So really last minute, had to skip groups, change over, get high up, and for the rest of the task it sort of followed that theme. We were flying fast but low, we had a low wind to work with, which is perfect, and some decent thermals, but just nothing got us particularly high, so it was a very sort of catch and go sort of task. You know, there's a lot of leapfrogging between groups, but no, in the end it ended up being a really good task, pushed hard, and we got here in good time as well.
Awesome. Comparing to the task yesterday, what do you think about the trick situations? Or
bit more wind. Today was a little bit more like a train. You know, everyone was sort of following the same person, whereas yesterday we had so many different groups. You weren't sure who was ahead or not. So a big difference there, personally. But equally as fun.
Awesome. What kind of task do you prefer? The long ones or the short ones?
Somewhere in the middle, personally. Okay. Somewhere in the middle.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much.
No worries.
So here we are with Petra from Czech Republic.
Hello.
Petra, tell me, what's your first impression from the task today?
My first impression on the takeoff was that we have stable day and it will be very difficult, but at the end we had nice flying. Some moments when you got low it was windy on the ground, so I decided to stay high, and when I stayed high I had a nice flight.
Okay. How's the competition going so far?
Yeah, it's a great week of flying, so we can't complain. In many competitions this year there was bad weather and rain, and I think we didn't have, or the pilots didn't have too many tasks, and here we have every day nice tasks, pretty long tasks, so I think everybody is happy.
So you enjoy it?
I enjoy. Thank you.
Did you find any trick situation in the task today?
Today not, because I decided to stay high, so that was, I think, kind of easy.
Are you looking forward to the rest day tomorrow? How is your energy levels?
Well, I'm quite looking forward to stay one day on the swimming pool and just take rest and then start again with some nice triangles.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. So here we are with the Constance from the French team. Constance, what's your first impression from the task today?
So difficult, c'était très difficile. Pas beaucoup de plafond, on n'est pas monté très haut. Et voilà, c'était quand même rapide et on fait tous un point bas à la dernière balise. Et donc là, on a eu très chaud. Mais très contente d'être rentrée au goal. Je crois que je suis la première fille peut-être. Donc c'est cool, contente d'être ici parce que c'était pas facile. Thank you.
Did you find the task trick situations to find the thermals or Something tricky?
Yes, a little tricky. I think it's a little stable, but good. Happy. I'm happy.
Comparing to the task yesterday, what did you prefer?
Yesterday, yeah, very long task and beautiful task.
Yeah. So do you prefer the long ones?
Yeah, it's better. I think. I love it.
Thank you. So here we are with Maxime from France.
Hello.
What did you find the task today?
Yeah, it was a late start, but before the flatland was really weak, so it was good to wait a bit. And then it was a quite nice task with no clouds, nothing. So just tactic with the group and sometimes in the group, sometimes pushing a bit in front. And 25, I would say between 30 and 25k from the goal, there was an opportunity with Francis, the Spanish. And it was very nice to fly with him. We honoring catch up, but we escaped one more time. And then to get to goal was a good line, and yeah, it was nice task.
That's exactly my second question. So at first you seem like you're playing like safety, and then front push it up, and then.
Yeah.
What you try to keep with him? Yeah, just tell me a little bit what happened there.
I mean, when you are closing from the goal, sometimes you have some opportunity, and you can decide to choose to play it or not. And that's always the game with paragliding, because if you play it but not in the right time, then you can be really overlapped by the group behind you. So the idea is always define how much chances there is that it works or not. And yeah, this moment with Francis, I thought, okay, we can make it maybe.
Yeah. So now you are currently you are the number one. How is to defend this position for you? I mean, it's quite hard, isn't it?
No, it's not much pressure, because I think there is still 5 tasks. So I would say it's one task, another task. I don't think like too much in the future, just to don't feel much pressure. I just do one day, we see the next day, and we will see in the end.
Awesome. So tomorrow is the rest day.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Your energy levels? You were feeling good?
Yeah.
Tired?
No, really good. It would be good day to go running a bit in the mountains or do some other stuff, and then looks like the weather is really good again, so yeah, like it looks good.
Sounds great. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks.
So here we are with Andre.
Andre, yes.
Andre from Romania. What's your first impression from the task today?
It was super fun. There were a lot of work today, but in the end, even with this super milky sky, it worked pretty well.
Yeah. Did you find it easier or harder than yesterday?
Well, it was definitely trickier. It was harder to stay up. So
okay, hard to find the thermals.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a lot of gaggle work. You couldn't do it without the gaggle today.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Okay, here we are with Vladimir from Serbia.
Yeah.
How was your first impression for the task?
The day was really tricky. It was the nice one. So especially in the end. So I was a bit boring from a really big group, so I couldn't stay a long time there. So a few times maybe I leave the group and I say, never mind, I cannot anymore to hold with this. I need a day rest. But actually it paid off, and yeah, it was nice. I find some nice thermal, and in the end it was crazy because we took the leading point, but almost landed. Few of my friends landed just before the goal line because they couldn't climb. So really interesting race and something different. Bravo, Sebina.
Awesome.
So I'm really happy.
What do you prefer, the short task or the long ones?
Actually, after yesterday, this one was a good point. I like it. Actually, I like a really good task. I mean, a really long task, but today I'm really happy because it was like this, because I'm really tired. I need the rest day, beer, a swimming pool tomorrow.
Awesome, congratulations. Thank you.
So yeah, that's it. Hopefully we have the 2 first, but it's bad for Pierre.
But he made his choice trying to get...
Push it all the way in.
He took the risk for the end of speed. Didn't work out. And Julien decided to stay.
Julien was with him, was he?
Yeah, a bit behind.
I think one of the Spanish guys, Marcelo, went down with him as well.
Yeah, I think 3-4 pilots made it short.
Yeah, it's quite nice flying over with low height.
Yeah.
Glad I'm
And your teammate made it just thermal.
Who? On the black and gold?
No. Sorry. Seb.
Yes. Yeah, he was close as well.
Was stressful for him, I guess.
I think so. It's stressful for the team because one of our scoring team bombed out just before where we took the last good thermal.
Yeah.
Bombed out there, so it's important. Okay, hold back. Now, come over. Cool, we're in.
And he got okay thermal just before inside the end of speed section.
Who?
Seb. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in. I think he came in.
Yeah.
10 or so good time.
Yeah, cool.
Just about him, but it was really close to only having one person.
Yeah. Like us yesterday was very stressful as well.
Yeah. Wicked. I'm gonna go and pack up.
Oh my God! This is a picture of sportiness here. Okay, to the real sportsman. Yeah, Honorin. So you did well today. I saw you in the last thermal there. You'd sort of pretty much dominated the group. And yeah, tell me about the finish.
Yeah, I found the thermal first, so I did the job to go really low on this little valley, and I found it. So I was on top with Maxime, and that was super nice. But just we were like 16 kilometers before the goal, and then one Niviuk, pink one, that's one Spanish guy. I don't know who was it. Maybe Francisco.
Yeah.
He attacked a lot and quite low, and he found a better thermal than us. And the time I arrived with Maxime, we were lower. And Maxime was thermaling just a bit better. He went a bit in front to catch the thermal. I was staying behind, and I lost 30-40 meters. So for the goal, I said, maybe it's too risky because I bombed out yesterday, so I can't take the risk. He didn't bomb out, so he can take the risk. And so I'm a bit more than 1 minute behind. But I'm third at goal, so yeah, since the beginning I did a 2-2, 5-3. It's a good result, except the bomb out of yesterday, but I was completely
we'll get a couple of
dehydrated.
We'll get a couple of discards, so it won't matter so much.
Yeah, and it's half of the comp, so it's good. I just have one discard. We can do one more, so that's promising for the rest of the comp. But and tomorrow rest day, that will be nice, and we will finish with 5 big tasks.
Yeah, cool. And what do you think of this place? Have you been here before?
No, that's the first time, and that's super nice. I think it can be also a nice place for a super final or something like a world also. Yeah, it's super beautiful on the back in the mountains, and the flatland is working super well. There is big thermals. Yeah, that's nice.
And before you came, what was the idea that you had on your head about how this place worked?
They just told me that there is a lot of olive trees. And yeah, there is a lot of olive trees everywhere. But you can land in between the trees, so there is not really problem of safety.
Yeah, okay. And have you had... Just 1 second. Have you had to adjust your strategy or anything like that?
No, I'm always like usual, attacking in front with Maxime, but now I can take less risks, so that's why today he was in front, and I can't take all the risk like him because I already fucked up. It's too late.
Okay. Sorry, just 1 sec. So you had a really good day today?
Yeah, this time it worked out, yeah.
Okay, how's the rest of the comp been going for you?
I must say I've had a bit of
unlucky parts in flying. I came short twice, once just 50 meters from goal. So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but I'm picking up on it slowly.
And today, what did you change to get such a good ranking?
Well, I think the main thing was actually keeping cool. The first few days was really very. I mean, it actually is always very hectic in the thermals. Something I, as a comeback, need to get used to. But once I could release myself from those big gaggles, I was quite cool, and it felt good, and it worked out. So I was lucky to come and go quite early. I'm happy with the day.
Yeah, cool. And where were you in the last thermal? Everyone was climbing.
In the last thermal, well, the last one was Honora picked up that one very low, and then Pino went to him, and I went in literally just after Pino. Pino was a little bit higher, so I could glide in with Pino and Honora. Also Pino in front of me and Honora behind me. Honora just caught me on the final glide. But I was lucky to be higher than everyone else for the glide to goal.
And what did you go with glide today?
The glide was, I left her around, must have been 14 or something like that, 13.
Okay, cool.
Well, actually at the beginning 15, but it was a good glide with tailwind. So it picked up, got better, 12, 11, and then about 11 I started pushing speed bar, fully full.
Oh, nice.
And then it was just the line at the end, and then it was perfect. I could see Pino had a pretty bad line at the beginning, so I went a bit right to avoid that, and then it turned out well. I could go for goal without worries, not like yesterday.
And is there anything you want to say to the people at home?
Oh, yes. Well, all my love to my family, my daughter, and my girlfriend sitting and watching. She's always very excited when she watches me. I'm sure she's happy to see me come into goal this time.
Excellent.